Oh, come here. My name is up here.
You just identify yourself because you must already have a Zoom account.
I'm muted.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Perkins, can you hear me? Mr. Perkins, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Can. So
Well, great.
I just realized who you were.
Well, thank you. My client is giving me a quick lesson with the computer here this morning.
Yeah, this is a different day, different time to be at the board now.
Absolutely. Matter of fact, I'm using my niece's computer, and so she came by yesterday. I saw her name was still up there, so we had to make a quick amendment.
Adjustment, yeah. Okay, well, they will be coming in shortly. I think we're waiting on some of the board members to get coffee and get situated, and we'll get started.
Yeah, and your name?
I'm Shan Montgomery. I wasn't here with you, but I did see like your name on a lot of documents.
Right. Before you depart from it, before this esteemed panel get in, you be sure to tell my longtime friend, the Honorable Dwayne Jameson, that I say hello.
Oh, I will certainly do that because he won't be joining us today. We're actually doing most of the staff. They're teleworking, so just the legal department is in the building this week. So I'll definitely tell him.
Right. Matter of fact, real quickly, Dwayne was with the board when I started. We were at the Robert E. Lee building at that time.
Oh, wow.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, I'll definitely tell him.
Thank you.
We got some of our board members joining via Zoom as well. TJ Adams. We may have one more joining, and then we'll get started.
Is this thing saying
Okay.
recording live on YouTube?
Don't worry.
I can hear you once you click.
You need to get it out of the camera's view.
Mhm.
You need to get the water kind of out of the camera's view.
Hello, Dr. Stanford. Dr. Stanford, how are you?
I am good.
Oh, okay. You sound like Dr. Stanford, but you look different there for a minute. We were going to ask for the last 4 of your social to identify yourself.
Be nice. You know I am technically challenged.
Well, you're doing well. Thank you for joining us. And I see Mr. Adams is on as well.
Good morning.
So we're Miss Shirley is on her way up now, and we'll begin.
You do look good though, Teresa.
Well, thank you. Who said that?
It's me.
You are-
Sandra.
That's my friend. You were awesome, my friend.
Yeah.
I needed that today. Y'all may have to email me. Oh, I found one. I was gonna say, you may have to email me some paper. Got it.
And I did like how y'all did that, Wesley. I like going by that being sent to us when I was at home reviewing.
Uh-huh,
I like that.
okay, good.
Somebody's gonna have to come in, sit here. I can't get her all the way over there.
Do you want me to shift down there?
Yeah, and she could shift. I was trying to move the camera around, but it won't go that far.
Did you rest well last night, Mr.?
Eventually,
Eventually.
yeah, I was, kids are doing virtual homework and stuff. Morning, Miss Shirley. So, good morning. So I was, helping with that.
Well, I was on the phone with the school this morning. I'm seeing a whole lot of numbers at our school. I'm saying, I said, okay, I worked at the school district for 5 years, starting when we went home and teaching them. What is the 10%? They won't tell you. That's what I told her this morning. I said, did you know that? And that's all they got. So this is the restoration, right?
Riddle.
Do we have the document? Do you? Do you have another copy of the document? Shirley, I meant to join you for breakfast, but I got tied up on the phone. I apologize.
That's okay, we saw you. We saw you.
Is she good now? You set her up?
Yes.
Teresa and TJ, this morning, we've got 1, 2, 3 PNs. Which one of y'all would like to be the alternate on those PNs?
I'll sit out if TJ wants to do them. It don't matter.
Oh, Teresa, you're fresh. I'm happy to set out.
That'll be fine. I'm good either way.
All right, I'll list TJ as the
Yeah,
alternate.
right, yeah.
Good morning, Miss Shirley.
Good morning, Mr. Adams, how you doing?
Very good. How are you?
All right, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Teresa.
Hello, Miss Shirley. Are you doing well?
Yes, ma'am, and yourself?
I am.
Thank you.
Shirley, do you want to hear I'll be the alternate on the Hill?
Good morning, Mr. Perkins.
Good morning. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing great this morning. Feeling great.
Very good.
Thank you. And how are you?
You know, just we're hanging in there. We're on. What's today? Today Thursday.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so maybe that's indicative of how I'm doing.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We've almost made another week.
That's right. So we'll be proceeding in just one moment, starting with your client, Ms. Riddle.
Very good. We have a lot of patience, so we are just honored to be before this esteemed panel this morning.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. I am Sandra Culpepper. I am an LPN board member. This morning, the board is made up of 13 members, 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician, and 1 consumer. We are a 3-member panel on the board with 3 members serving and 1 as an alternate, but who will not participate in either deliberations or decision concerning the cases. At this time, I will have those participating today introduce themselves.
Shirley Jackson, LPN. Good morning.
I'm Teresa Stanford, nurse practitioner.
TJ Adams, RN.
And Mr. Wiggins. Yes, you're right. We'll give you prayer this morning. Shirley, would you lead us in prayer?
May we bow our heads, please? Heavenly Father, good morning to you as well. You already know that we're here because you made us and you made it possible for us to be able to breathe this morning. Please forgive us of all the sins we have committed. You already knew exactly what we were doing wrong when we did it, and you praised us for what we were doing right. We sit here this morning, God, asking you to bless us, bless the world, protect us from all evil and sin. Guide us this morning, Father, in the right decisions that we're about to make that will impact the lives of those that are sitting before all of us. Jesus, if you will, please wrap your armor protection around us, keep us safe going and coming in our endeavors for the rest of our lives. Jesus, we pray to you. Amen.
Amen. Good morning, everyone. My name is Edward Wiggins. I will be serving as the hearing officer for these proceedings today. Now before the board, license number P321237, which is an application for restoration. We've already had the introduction of our board members. Is the licensee present?
Yes, I am.
Please state your name.
Valerie D. Riddle.
Thank you, Ms. Riddle. And I understand you are represented by counsel.
She is, Your Honor, thank you. And my name is Roy A. Perkins.
Glad to have you both with us. These proceedings will move forward as follows. We will have opening statements. The case against the applicant will proceed. Both parties will be allowed to conduct direct examination as well as cross-examination. There will be redirect, and of course, questioning from the board and the hearing officer will be allowed as well. At the conclusion of the presentation of both sides, closing statements will be allowed. The board will make findings of fact and conclusions of law and will render its decision in the matter, a copy of which will be forwarded to the licensee. At this time, I ask that all witnesses be sworn in.
The state would have no witnesses today.
Mr. Perkins, do you have any witnesses other than Ms. Riddle?
No other witness, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Riddle, would you raise your right hand to be sworn in, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Just for the record, I'd like to announce that there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. Again, the board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. Are there any preliminary matters, counsel?
At this time, I would ask that the exhibits B1 through B7, as well as R1 through R2, be admitted into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Perkins?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. They are admitted. At this time, we will begin with opening statements. Mr. Perkins, you may proceed.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. I'm going to be very brief with my opening statement, and I'll have some more remarks as allowed during the closing. And briefly, good morning again to this honorable, esteemed hearing panel of this Mississippi Board of Nursing. It is our very respectful and humble opinion that the evidence will show today by clear and convincing evidence that the nursing license of my client, Valerie D. Riddle, should be restored so that she can practice nursing as a licensed practical nurse in the state of Mississippi. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. Mr. Musaga?
Yes. Ms. Riddle surrendered her nursing license with this board on or about January 30th, 2018. She did so in response to violations of Mississippi Code annotated Section 731529(1)F, and that she violated a board order, as well as 731529(1)K, and that she engaged in conduct likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public. Specifically, a final order was entered December 6, 2016 by the Mississippi Board of Nursing hearing panel, accepting an agreed settlement proposal signed by the respondent, Ms. Riddle. Ms. Riddle agreed to accept a fine, formal reprimand, and educational courses and have non-restricted probation placed on her license due to her falsification of having made an assessment on a patient during a home visit when said patient was in the hospital at the time. On or about March 15, 2017, respondent submitted a falsified report of supervised practice to the board's compliance officer. Per respondent's final order, she had failed and or refused to notify her employer of the final order and failed and or refused to have her employer submit a signed notarized original statement verifying the employer had received a copy of the final order. On or about June 16, 2017, a true bill of indictment was entered against the respondent in the Circuit Court of Lee County, calls number CR17-497. Respondent was indicted for willfully, unlawfully, feloniously, knowingly, and intentionally attempting to acquire or obtain possession of a controlled substance, to wit, Norco, Schedule II controlled substance from Fred Pharmacy, Tupelo, Mississippi, by misrepresentation. Respondent presented a prescription to Fred's Pharmacy to be filled in the name of SF dated March 20th, 2017 for Norco 10 milligrams, quantity 120, written by Dr. Henderson when in fact respondent had no authority to fill and or receive the controlled substance. On or about July 25th, 2017, respondent self-reported to board staff that she had taken approximately 7 to 9 Norco number 10 from patient VP to administer to herself while working at the Meadows in Fulton, Mississippi. Documentation from the facility evidences 9 Norco unaccounted for, with no documentation as having administered and or wasted. Today it is Ms. Riddle's burden to carry to show why this board should restore her nursing license. It's her burden to show that she is fit, competent, and safe to return to the profession of nursing. I ask that the board carefully examine all evidence that will be presented in this hearing today and make a decision that is aligned with the protection of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Musliger. Mr. Perkins?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Riddle, I'm going to ask you a few preliminary questions, and you stated your name already. What date were you licensed by the Mississippi Board of Nursing?
I was licensed in January of 2005.
And you were licensed as a licensed practical nurse.
That's correct.
And you last practiced in the state of Mississippi as a licensed practical nurse on what date?
In September 2017.
And Ms. Riddle, you signed a agreed order on January 18 of 2018, voluntarily surrendering your license. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And this honorable Mississippi Board of Nursing approved that agreed order on January 3rd, 2018. Is that correct?
That
Mr.
is
Perkins?
correct.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, we're having a little trouble hearing your client.
Okay. Okay, remove your badge from it. Okay. Okay, now speak a little bit louder, Ms. Riddle.
Okay.
Okay, now, okay, so the Mississippi Board of Nursing approved that agreed order on January 3rd, 2018. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, can you hear now?
That's better.
Great. Now, Ms. Riddle, you heard the honorable esteemed attorney for the Mississippi Board of Nursing talk about the things that were the subject matter of your agreed order. You heard that, correct?
That is correct.
Now, you're not here today to contest those charges, are you?
No, sir.
Now, you fully admit everything that you signed to in that agreed order that this board approved on January 30, 2018. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you accept full responsibility for that, right?
That is correct.
You're not trying to deny that today, correct?
No, sir.
Now, you're seeking restoration of your nursing license. You understand that from your application, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, Ms. Riddle, what I want to focus on right now, let's talk about the steps that you have taken to re-enter the nursing profession. So my first question to you right now is, I want you to tell this honorable hearing panel what courses, continuing education, seminars, and workshops in any setting that you are in 2018 only, so that you can better yourself as a nurse if you are granted a reinstated license. Tell me about 2018 and what you did and what you learned from that briefly.
In 2018, I engaged in a board-approved ethical, legal, and aspects of nursing on site at Hines Community College, located at 1750 Chatwood Drive in Jackson, Mississippi, under the direction of Ms. Kimberly Neagley and Kathy Elliott. What I've learned from this course is the legal, ethical principles that nurses must adhere to. And those principles are justice, beneficence, non-maleficence, accountability, fidelity, and veracity. These ethical standards are based on the human principles of right and wrong. And I did receive a certificate and 12 hours of continuing education for completing this course.
Ms. Riddle, when was that course completed?
It was completed in December of 2018.
Now, that is the only course that you took or continuing ed in 2018.
That is correct.
Now, you took that course in 2018 because given the fact that your license as a practical nurse was voluntary surrendered, you wanted to keep up with the continuing education so that the board will have this evidence on today.
That is correct.
Now, Ms. Riddle, given the fact that you voluntarily surrendered your license in January 2018, what random drug screens, if any, that you submitted to for the year of 2018?
For the year of 2018, I have submitted on or about 7 to 8 random drug screens that have been conducted at the Life Core Dependency Facility located on Gloucester Street in Tupelo, Mississippi.
Ms. Riddle, will you please tell this honorable hearing panels what controlled substances or drugs that they tested you for when you submitted yourself for these random drug screens?
I'm tested for opiates, methamphetamines, PCP, barbiturates, cocaine, and a numerous line of other medications.
Now, Ms. Riddle, what were the results of these drug screens for the year 2018?
They're negative.
Now, how do you go about choosing LifeCore, Ms. Riddle, for your drug screens?
LifeCore was recommended by an honorable member of the Board of Nursing, and I enrolled in LifeCore services in 2017 and ongoing.
What was the protocol for these random drug screens that you tendered and submitted to at LifeCore?
During the random drug screen, I'm not usually given an alert. Once I enter to the facility up on an appointment, if that is the desired date of the facility or the practitioner that is seeing me that day, I am asked at that time to go with one of the other practitioners and nurses and give a specimen. That specimen is being tested and given back to the practitioner that is seeing me on that day.
Now, Ms. Riddle, what was the first date of the first drug screen that you submitted to in 2018?
That would have been on or about March the 4th of 2018.
So is it your testimony this morning that once your LPN license was surrendered on about January 18, 2018, you immediately began the process of trying to move forward so that you can get your LPN license back as soon as possible?
That is correct.
And you continued to take that throughout 2018?
Yes, sir.
Now, Ms. Riddle, before I get any further here, you tended to this board, which is contained in the Exhibit R1 that is into evidence. What is your sobriety date?
My sobriety date is October the 23rd of 2017.
Did you take any community service during the year 2018?
Yes, sir. I have headed a numerous amount of community service as a way of me giving back to my community. I've headed and spearheaded several meetings concerning food pantries, drives as far as coats, giving back to the Cancer Society, also giving back to the Heart Society.
Now, so does that complete all the things and the steps that you took in 2018 with respect to trying to go on the journey of having a reinstated license?
Yes, sir.
Now, let's move forward to the calendar year of 2019. I want you, Ms. Riddle, to please, ma'am, testify to this honorable hearing panel the courses, continuing education, the seminars, the workshops, and any educational setting that you were involved in or participated in to better your knowledge as an LPN and to keep up with the current trends in nursing practice?
On or about June 26th of 2019, I enrolled in a board-approved course, 6-part ethics course, everyday ethics in nursing, the history, the language of bioethics, hospital and healthcare ethics, committees, process of legal ethical decision-making. I've learned from these courses that some of the most commonly occurring legal issues that impact on nursing and nursing practice are those related to informed consent, refusal of treatment, licensure, the safeguarding of clients' personal possession and valuables, malpractice, negligence, mandatory reporting relating to gunshot issues. On or about June the 27th, I also enrolled in a board-approved course, Reorientation to Nursing. That course was given on-site at Hines Community College. During that course, from June to September, I took many of courses relating to medical surgical nursing, also infant care, newborn care, adolescent care. I was also giving about 15 to 16 skill checkoffs for general nursing practice.
So, Ms. Riddle, with regard to those courses, did you receive a certificate of completion?
Yes, I did.
And Ms. Riddle, how did those courses help you to become a better person than the person you were prior to the voluntary surrender?
Those courses have given me much more insight on how the ethical and legal practices can hinder and leave you with a detrimental state if you're not following your nurse practice act. It has also left me in a better position. I'm a much better person mentally, physically, and emotionally because of these courses that I've taken. I've gained a wealth of knowledge and ongoing. I've also continued my skill set as well as continued my knowledge with current nursing practices.
Now, Ms. Riddle, with regard to drug screens, did you take any or submit yourself to any unannounced drug screens for the calendar year of 2019?
Yes, sir, I did.
Approximately how many did you submit to?
Approximately 8 to 9 drug screens randomly in the year of 2019.
And when was your first random unannounced drug screen done in 2019, roughly?
Roughly, the first drug screen in 2019 was on or about February the 5th of 2019.
Right. And Ms. Riddle, now with regard to the drug screens, and we're going to cover R2 just shortly. All of your drug screens for 2019 were and yielded negative results, right?
Correct.
Now, with regard to R2, we want to be fully transparent, right, Ms. Riddle?
That's correct.
Now, on June the 28th of 2019, you had to submit yourself to the emergency room at the North Mississippi Medical Center in Tupelo for an emergency. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you were treated in the emergency room at that facility on June the 28th, 2019, correct?
That is correct.
And why were you at that emergency room on June 28, 2019, Ms. Valerie D. Riddle?
I had a life-threatening necessitated condition. I presented myself with chest pains and I was treated by the emergency room staff on that day.
And now for the chest pain, what medication did the examining and treating physician give you during the course of your treatment while on premises at that North Mississippi Medical Center on June 28, 2019?
I was administered morphine sulfate intravenously while on site at North Mississippi Medical Center Emergency Department.
Now, for full transparency, Ms. Riddle, you didn't ask for that medication, did you?
No, sir.
It wasn't for any recreational personal use, was it?
No, sir.
The doctor gave that to you on his own independent judgment and professional expertise and background for your diagnosis and pain. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You were not given a prescription to take away from that facility to get filled once you left that facility on June 28, 2019, were you?
No, sir.
So you were only administered the morphine through IV while you were there actually in the emergency room.
That is correct.
Now, Ms. Riddle, is my recollection that subsequent to June 28, 2019,
Mhm.
on or about July 22 or July 24, 2019, you had to go to LICOR to have a random drug screen, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you went to LICOR, what did that drug screen result yield for opiates?
It yielded a positive screen for opiates.
And that was because of the morphine that was administered to you by IV while you're in the emergency room on June 28, 2019.
That is correct.
And you went to that facility because it was a medical necessity. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So, Ms. Riddle, so 2018, all negative results
Yes, sir.
for your drug screen.
Yes, sir.
2019, all negative results except for the one that you testified to about your chest pain.
That is correct.
Ms. Riddle, did you do any community service in 2019?
I did do community service in 2019. We held a rally for the American Heart Association, the Cancer Society, as well as we did a community service where we delivered plates to the elderly in the communities of Northeast Mississippi.
Right. Now, before I move on to 2020, I want to cover what my esteemed colleague from the nursing board, Mr. Honorable W. Wesley Musiger, mentioned about your past. Now, on this fraud misrepresentation about the prescription at the Fresh Dollar store that was the catalyst for your voluntary surrender, there was an indictment because that was in the agreed order by the Lee County Circuit Court, correct?
That is correct.
As of today, you do not have a felony record, right?
No, sir.
Now, the Lee County Circuit Court, through being represented by your attorney, Roy Perkins, allowed you to enter a pretrial diversion program, right?
That is correct.
And is your understanding that a pretrial diversion program is for a first-time offender
Yes, sir.
and for a nonviolent crime?
Yes, sir.
And is it your understanding that if you enroll in that program, complete the requirements, pay the fine, pay the court costs, the case will be closed and dismissed?
That is correct.
Did you complete all of the requirements of that program that was allowed you in the Honorable Lee County Circuit Court, Mississippi?
Yes, sir. That program was completed as of May the 16th of 2019.
And did you submit to random drug screens per the order of the court while you were in the program?
Yes, sir.
Were all those screens negative?
Yes, sir, they were.
Now, also, Ms. Riddle, subsequent to the case being dismissed, did the Honorable Lee County Circuit Court judge sign an order expunging your record?
Yes, sir. A order was signed on June the 7th, 2019.
So is it your understanding that under Mississippi law, per the advice from your attorney, that once an expungement is done, it restores you back to the capacity that you were in prior to the arrest and prior to the indictment?
That is correct.
And so all of the drug screens from that case were negative.
Yes, sir.
And you continue to maintain your sobriety.
Yes, sir.
And before I go into 2020, Ms. Riddle, tell this honorable hearing panel, what is your evidence of sobriety? And I know you have a very thick compilation of R1. What was your testimony as to your evidence of sobriety?
My evidence of sobriety is my ongoing and continuance to submit to random drug screens. I'm also seeing a board-approved physician, Dr. William Cook of Jackson, Mississippi, quarterly, as well as I am a member of 2 separate support groups. One is a group of nurses and one is a personal support group. And those things compile with my hard work, my maintenance of sobriety are things that are helping me to continue to keep my sobriety and maintain the state that I am in today.
Now, Ms. Riddle, have we covered all of the courses and seminars and workshops in 2019?
No, sir.
Okay, give me the rest of the courses, and just be very briefly, and they're in the R1. Just kind of briefly tell us about the other courses you've had.
Yes, sir. I attended 2 conferences in 2019. The first conference was held July the 19th of 2019 in Corinth, Mississippi, given by the Mississippi Nurses Association. That was a pharmacy controlled substance seminar. Go ahead. Can you hear me?
Okay, right. And anything else, Ms. Riddle, for 2019?
And I also attended the opioid and heroin drugs seminar held in Madison, Mississippi on July the 24th through the 26th. Both of those seminars, I received a certificate of completion and I received compiled together 28 continuing education hours.
Okay, let's move forward, Ms. Riddle, to 2020. Tell this honorable hearing panel what courses, continuing educations, workshops, and seminars that you attended to keep up with the current trends of nursing.
I was enrolled at Kennesaw State University, which is also another board-approved curriculum program, for a 3rd legal and ethical issues in healthcare course. That course lasts from June of 2020 till October the 2020. I also enrolled in nursing informatics, February of 2020. On July of the 10th of 2020, I also attended a webinar from the Mississippi Nurses Association, also concerning controlled substance abuse.
Now, Ms. Riddle, tell this honorable hearing panel what drug screens, if any, that you had for 2020, and tell us the first date that you had in 2020.
In 2020, I submitted a random drug screen on or about February the 1st of 2020, and I've had about 7 drug screens conducted at Lifecore Health Services, as well as I conducted a random drug screen through Dr. William Cook, and I did a hair panel in November of 2020, hair panel drug screen.
Now, Ms. Riddle, you are not required to submit to the hair follicle screen, but I mentioned to you that the attorney for the board had mentioned about that hair follicle. So you took that on your own free will, is that right?
That is correct.
And you received the results back from that on or about November the 16th of 2020, correct?
That is correct.
And you took that at a facility in Tupelo, Mississippi. What's the name of the facility?
It is the MEA drug testing facility that is approved by the board.
And it tested you for controlled substances and all were negative.
That is correct.
And Ms. Riddle, it is my recollection that your last drug screen for 2020 was done by Lifecore. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that screen came in on and about November the 19th, 2020.
That is correct.
And so, Ms. Riddle, you have had a number of screens, drug screens, from day one after your voluntary surrender.
That's correct.
And Ms. Riddle, given all the things that you testified to, do you feel that at this time that you can safely return to the practice of nursing as a licensed practical nurse if you are granted this monumental opportunity by this hearing panel?
Yes, sir, I am.
Do you feel that you can practice very competently, Ms. Riddle, if you're given that opportunity?
Yes, sir.
You feel that way without any doubt?
Without any doubt, yes, sir.
And you feel that you a substantially different person today, and you're a changed person from where you were prior to the voluntary surrender.
Yes, sir.
Do you feel that you are fully rehabilitated from all of the things, matters, and negative involvement that has been negative with regard to your board history in the past?
That is correct.
And you've learned from those mistakes.
Yes, sir.
You accept total, complete, and full responsibility.
Yes, I do.
They are behind you now.
Yes.
And Ms. Riddle, do you feel that it would be in the best interest of the public for this honorable hearing panel to restore your license today if it chooses to do so?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand, Ms. Riddle, if you are given a restoration of your license, that you cannot let this great state of Mississippi down? You understand that, right?
I understand that.
Do you understand, Ms. Riddle, if you're given the opportunity to have a restoration of your license, that you cannot let this hearing panel down, nor can you let down the remaining member of this 13-member board? Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Now, Ms. Riddle, you understand that if you're given another opportunity by this board, you understand that you got to walk a straight line. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You understand that if you are given a restoration of your nursing license, you have to go into your working site each and every day that you're on duty, regardless of your census count, and practice nursing up and beyond the general accepted standards of nursing practice.
That is correct.
Are you ready to fulfill that line of duty, Ms. Riddle?
Yes, sir.
Can you do it today?
I can do it today.
You sure?
Positive.
Now, Ms. Riddle, now with regard to your restoration application that you initially got into the board on March the 12th, early this year, 2020, and they received it the next morning, about March the 13th, 2020. I noticed that you have numerous affidavits above and beyond what's required. Is that right?
That is right.
And you have from nurses, and they all have attested to your ability to be able to resume the practice of nursing.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Riddle, do you feel that you have taken all the steps that are necessary, proper, and then beyond that, to re-enter this very privileged, distinguished, and illustrious nursing profession?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Riddle, can you give this panel an assurance that if this panel, which makes up 3 members of the 13-member board, that if you're given a reinstatement of your license, that you're going to be fully committed to following the law and the general standards of nursing practice at all times?
Yes, sir.
You're going to do that?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Riddle, has your conduct been such following the voluntary surrender of your license, whereby you comply with all laws of this state and any other state?
Yes, sir.
Have you complied with every law, and you haven't had any incident since this voluntary surrender?
No, sir.
Now, you understand that you're asking this board today to grant, and award you a restoration of your nursing license.
Yes, sir.
And do you feel that you have stayed busy since January the 30th of 2018 up to now, trying to do everything that you can to take every course that was available to you?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, your attorney told you, as well as your own initiative, every time a course comes up, I wanted you in it, right?
Yes, sir.
And do you feel that each one of those courses have been fully beneficial to you?
Yes, they have.
Now, Ms. Riddle, now we're going to expect, if this board gives you a restoration license, we want you to be an exemplary nurse. You understand?
That's correct.
You know, we want you to be a nurse that is going to show high standards.
Yes, sir.
You understand, this board give you a restoration license. We cannot have another single or partial incident. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, Ms. Riddle, now, as I get ready to end your examination here, you've had over 20 random drug screens.
Yes,
You had a multitude of courses in 2019.
yes,
You've taken a number of courses in ethics. And matter of fact, you took a course in nursing practice, right?
yes,
So you are completely changed from where you were at the time you committed those infractions.
yes, sir.
And you were in that pretrial diversion program, I think from August about 2017 to about May of 2019.
Yes, sir.
And that was a learning experience for you to be in that forum and that environment. Well,
That's correct.
and you were very honored just to get the pretrial diversion program.
That's correct.
That's a very rare opportunity for a circuit court to award a pretrial diversion.
Yes, sir.
And you completed those requirements.
I did.
So, Ms. Riddle, just a couple of the questions before I tender you here. So the treatment in June of 2019 was a medical necessity.
Yes,
And your present position clearly distinguishes you from the position that you were in that led to the surrender of your license.
yes, sir.
And everything that you have done, Ms. Riddle, since the voluntary surrender of your license, you have done that with your own free will, willingly, freely, voluntarily, and on your own motivation, right?
That is correct.
Because you understood then, you understand now that in order before you even asked to come before this esteemed board, you knew that you had to make sure that everything was impeccable, correct?
That is correct.
And you have a full, masterful understanding that if this board grants you a reinstated license, you know the law of the land, right?
Yes, sir.
And your attorney, not only what you have learned, but your attorney has entrenched that understanding in your mind masterfully, right?
Yes, sir.
So, Ms. Riddle, my last question before I tender the floor for this direct, and I'm going to tender to the hearing officer. So, given everything that you've taken, all your educational courses, all of your drug screens, and all of your community service, and all of these multitude of documents in your R1, you feel and are of the opinion that at this day, this time, even if you have a license today, you can enter into the practice of nursing and practice safely, you can practice competently, and you can practice where you can promote in an enormous way the best interest, health, safety, and welfare of the public and of this great state of Mississippi.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hearing Officer, I'm going to tend to this witness at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. Mr. Musaki.
So good morning, Ms. Riddle.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here today. We've certainly heard a wealth of testimony regarding the activities that you've engaged in to rehabilitate yourself from this position that you found yourself in the beginning of 2018. I would first like to ask Ms. Riddle, what do you attribute to your poor decision-making in 2017?
During 2017, I was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress syndrome. I had a series of events that trickulated in my life that led me to attention-seeking behaviors. Those behaviors led to the behaviors that you have set before you today. Those things are in my past, and I have since learned from my mistakes. It was a costly mistake, and I have proven my sobriety has been maintained since October the 23rd of 2017.
Thank you, Ms. Riddle. And how would you define the term sobriety date?
Mr. Mizari, would you repeat that question, please?
Yes, ma'am. You referenced your sobriety date as October the 23rd, 2017. I'm asking you regarding the term that you use, sobriety date. What does that term mean to you?
That term means to me that I have been fully aware that what I've done in my past cost me a lot. I have since then taken steps to ensure that nothing like that would ever happen again. I have been totally transparent. I have not taken in any activity that involves any type of narcotic medication, no type of leisure activity involving any type of medication. Anything that I've taken was a medical necessity and it was an emergent.
Do you, Ms. Riddle, suffer from substance use disorder?
I was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress syndrome, depression, and substance use disorder initially in 2017 when I was admitted to Life Course Services.
And what treatment did you obtain at Life Core Services?
Life Course Services, I am being seen by a licensed social worker, actually 2 licensed social workers. I began my treatment by seeing them twice weekly. And I had a trauma session and a personal session for over a year, beginning in 2017. As of 2019, my sessions went from twice weekly to once weekly. And in June of 2019, as I progressed, my sessions went to bi-weekly. As of today, I have completed the requirements of the course of Life Core, and my sessions are now once monthly.
And in fact, Ms. Riddle, have you
Mhm.
also submitted to a new chemical dependency assessment recently?
Yes, sir. And that is through Dr. William S. Cook of Jackson, Mississippi.
And what was the finding of that assessment?
The finding of that assessment is from my previous state when Dr. Cook first saw me in 2017. I have since then become much better. He has given the suggestion that without a doubt, I am able to physically, mentally, and emotionally return into the field of nursing without incident.
Thank you, Ms. Riddle. And as your counsel has asked, you have submitted to numerous random drug screens, correct?
That is correct.
And these drug screens were negative, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And however, you had one positive result of which you've testified was due to ingestion of morphine while attending the emergency room. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you in fact provide today for the board's consideration medical records of your emergency room visit?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Riddle, you testified that as part of maintaining your sobriety, you have 2 support groups. How often do you meet with those 2 support groups?
I meet with those support groups twice a week. One is made up of a panel of nurses. We meet on Tuesday. My community support group, we meet on Thursdays.
Have you, Ms. Riddle, attended any Alcoholics Anonymous or Narcotics Anonymous meetings?
No, sir.
Why is that?
I've been attending Life Course Services in the place of any outside program.
If today, Ms. Riddle, the board chose to restore your nursing license and as a condition of restoring your license required that you attend such meetings, say 3 times per week, would you in fact comply with that and attend those meetings?
Yes, sir.
So, Ms. Riddle, I asked you earlier what you attributed to your poor decision-making 2017. I'm to now ask something related, but rather the opposite. What would you identify as the single greatest factor to your success of sobriety and rehabilitation now?
What I would attribute is my commitment to having a superior and masterful knowledge base of nursing. Enrolling in the numerous curriculums, courses, programs, as well as being in the meetings that I have attended have given me a vast knowledge base. I have without cease continued to keep up with nursing practice as today. I owe it to myself, my family, this honorable board, and the citizens of this great state to project myself as a model citizen. And in doing so, I've just kept busy for the last 3 years to project myself in that light.
And in those last 3 years, Ms. Riddle, have you held any employment?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
Could you repeat that, Mr. Muzire?
Yes, ma'am. What employment have you held over the last 3 years?
The last 3 years, I've been employed by Cato Corporation in Tupelo, Mississippi.
Have you incurred any disciplinary infractions from that employment?
No, sir.
Taking a look at some of the documentation that you've provided today for the board, Ms. Riddle, regarding your numerous activities of continuing education, I would just like to verify what you have taken, what you have learned from those activities. So I will ask you then, taking a look at the certificate regarding nursing ethics, the history of bioethics in the United States, you scored a 100 on the exam. Could you please provide for the board panel today something that you learned valuable to your practice of nursing related to the history of bioethics in the United States?
What I've learned, can you hear me? What I've learned as the history of bioethics is that with the substance use disorders, how to prepare, proactively take the lead in prevention, detection, and intervention, recognizing signs of misuse, abuse of substances, taking higher doses than prescribed, excessive mood swings, change in sleeping patterns, poor decision-making, and seeking prescriptions from more than one doctor are all things that contribute to the bioethics in the society. Touching something.
And Ms. Riddle, I am, of course, no nurse. I am instead merely an attorney. And so bioethics has to do, based on your understanding of the course, with substance use disorder. Is that what I understand?
I didn't hear what he said.
Do I need to repeat the question, Ms.
Yes,
Riddle?
sir.
So I'm trying to understand your response. You stated essentially what I heard, that you understood many things relating to substance use disorder and obtaining controlled substances. Was that the topic that was covered in the history of bioethics in the United States?
I would like to restate that answer.
Okay.
Bioethics is most commonly occurring with legal issues that impact on nursing and nursing practices are those that are related to things such as the informed consent, malpractice, negligence, refusal of treatment, safeguarding clients' personal possessions and valuables, the Nurse Practice Act, and patient privacy, the HIPAA laws.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Riddle. Ms. Riddle, I do now want to ask you about a prescription monitoring profile. When is the last controlled substance that you obtained legitimately from a medical provider?
In November, a prescription was obtained through Dr. William Stevenson, Doctor of Medicine, Doctor of Dentistry, excuse me.
Doctor of Dentistry,
Mhm.
Dr. Stevenson, in November of what year?
2020.
What was that prescription?
It was a prescriptive of Norco, and I was prescribed 10.
What was the procedure?
I had oral surgery where I had a number of 9 teeth removed. That prescription was given, but none of the medication has been taken.
Did you fill the prescription?
Yes, sir, the prescription was filled and discarded.
And who discarded that prescription?
I did.
Did you obtain any other prescriptions for controlled substances in 2020?
Sir,
Did you obtain any other prescriptions for controlled substances in the year 2020?
no, sir.
What about 2019?
In 2019, I was given a prescription for the liquid Norco, and that was Dr. Terry Pinson. And that was for a medical.
What medical condition?
I'm sorry.
Okay. What medical condition was the liquid Norco prescribed for?
I had surgery on my stomach where I had 2 growths removed, and it caused me not to be able to swallow for a period of 2 weeks. And the liquid Norco is only prescribed when it's medical necessary because I could not swallow.
How many doses did you ingest of the liquid Norco?
The liquid Norco was taken for 3 days after surgery. So it's only about a half of what was given, which was maybe about 60 cc's of it.
Did you ingest this while at home or while inpatient?
While at home.
What was your protocol for administering the medication?
The medication was taken 6 to 8 hours as needed for pain after surgery and recovery.
Was your medical provider made known of your history of substance use disorder?
Yes, sir.
And did you have anyone to assist in the administration of your medication?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
That would have been my daughter, Vanity,
Okay, and how did she assist?
by pouring my medications, and she is a licensed nurse.
So did she have possession of the medication or did you have possession of the medication?
She has possession of the medication.
Did you have any other prescriptions in 2019 for controlled substances?
In 2019,
Yes, ma'am.
no, sir.
Did you in fact have a prescription on or about February 11th, 2019 for hydrocodone, 5 milligrams, quantity of 10?
February of 2019?
by a provider, Tyler Marks, in Tupelo, Mississippi?
Yes, I had surgery on my finger.
What kind of surgery?
I had a foreign object that was in my second digit, and I sustained that injury while working at Cato Corporation. And I had to have an outpatient surgery to remove that object. And I was at that surgery center for a period of 2 days in recovery.
The provider who performed the surgery, were they made aware of your history with substance use disorder?
No, sir.
Why not?
At that time, that was an emergent situation, and actually, they gave that prescription for recovery, far as the surgery goes, and it was a necessity for the surgery.
Did you ingest all 10 hydrocodone?
No, sir.
How many?
For those 2 days, it was about maybe 4, just immediately following the surgery.
And who controlled the administration of that medication?
My daughter.
Your daughter was at the surgery center with you, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you also have a prescription for tramadol, quantity of 20, on or about December of 2019 from a Justin Duke in Tupelo, Mississippi?
That prescription was never taken.
So that is a yes. You also
Yes, sir.
had. And what was that prescription for?
He prescribed those medications for bursitis.
Bursitis. So
Yes, sir.
again, merely an attorney. Bursitis meaning what?
It was a inflammation to that same hand that I had that foreign object in.
Was this provider made aware of your history with substance use disorder?
Yes, sir, and that's why he didn't prescribe Norco. He gave me tramadol.
And did you fill the prescription?
The prescription was filled.
And it is your testimony that you did not ingest any of the tramadol.
That is correct.
Did you discard the prescription?
Yes, sir.
Who is your primary care provider, Ms. Riddle?
My primary care provider would now be Lisa Mason.
And she is based where?
In Aberdeen, Mississippi.
Do you limit your medical care to this primary care provider now?
Yes, sir.
Is she aware of your history with substance use disorder?
Yes, sir, she is.
And so, Ms. Riddle, the last time that you actually ingested a controlled substance would be when?
The last time I would have ingested a controlled substance would have been after my surgery performed by Dr. Terry Pinson.
So November of 2019.
Yes, sir.
And refresh my memory, the dental surgery where you had 9 teeth removed in November of this year,
Mhm.
you filled Norco, you did or did not ingest controlled substance?
I did not.
Was there not testimony of taking the liquid Norco for approximately 3 days?
That was in 2019, not 2020.
By what provider?
Dr. Terry Pinson.
Okay, and so to make sure we have a clear record then, What was obtained from Dr. Stevenson in November of 2020?
That was Norco 5, and he's dispensed 10 for a medical necessity. I had 9 teeth removed. And upon him giving me that, I did go back to him to let him know I needed an alternative medicine. And he did give me ibuprofen 800 milligram.
So you did not ingest any of the Norco 5 milligram that were dispensed.
No, sir.
Do you view your ingestion of the liquid Norco for the procedure you described in November of 2019 in any way conflict with your stated sobriety date of October 23rd, 2017?
No, sir. That medicine was a medical necessity. I had a major surgery and it left me in a lot of pain, and it was something that had to be prescribed, or I never would have been able to recover from that. I was out for a period of 6 weeks.
So Ms. Riddle, today, if the board decides to grant your license, they may do so subject to additional drug screening. Is that something that you will comply with?
Absolutely.
As well as employer reports?
Absolutely.
And for that matter, any other condition that this board may deem necessary in an effort to ensure that the public is protected?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Thank you, counsel. Any questions from the board panel?
I do.
I have a couple.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Ms. Riddle, but I do have a few questions for you myself. My name is Sandra Culpepper. When I am in relation to the question that Wesley just asked you, or Mr. Musiker just asked you about the November 2019 Norco, when I'm looking at your PMP, I see that you were prescribed 240 tablets, correct?
That was liquid. It should say 240 cc's. They only will prescribe liquid medication when it is a medical necessity, and being that I was not able to swallow due to the condition, they only prescribe a liquid for reasons of that nature.
And with you responding to that question, so thank you for clarifying that it was in meals. Writing on that same line of questioning, have you researched alternative methods to maintaining your sobriety related to narcotics?
Yes,
Because it is of a concern for me that I am seeing the use of this. Have you attempted to use alternatives?
yes, ma'am.
What alternatives have you attempted?
The alternatives that I do have in place is I go to these treatment centers and we do activities surrounding things that will help me, such as meditation, which I began doing like a meditation session once a month, as well as diversionary activities, such as I've learned how to paint the walls when I feel like I'm stressed or I am in like some type of pain. They've taught me an activity how to kind of paint the walls as a diversion, to pain.
In regards to that, I'm trying to get to the medication portion of this, because I am one that firmly believes in meditation and in redirection. However, as far as the medication goes,
Mhm.
actual medication, what alternatives have you attempted to use versus the narcotics?
Ibuprofen 800 milligram responds very well. And I will attest that in my recent condition, I have used the 800 milligram ibuprofen and it worked very well to control my oral pain. So it is now my medication of choice since I responded very well to that medication.
I do have, in regards, and I'm kind of going back a little bit, and I'm sorry. Life Corps, when you talked about your meeting with to clarify, you're meeting still twice a week with a group currently.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you still currently employed with Cato's?
No, ma'am.
And you discussed the meditation methods, but seeing that you've had a lot of health issues, what safeguards or methods are you using to prevent a relapse?
The methods that I am using is I have started a program, a dietary program that has not only decreased my weight, it has decreased my blood pressure. And a lot of those conditions that I had to occur were because of my history with obesity and hypertension. I've lost in the last year, willingly, over 50 pounds. It has lowered my blood pressure, and I'm now able to come off of some of the blood pressure medication, and some of those hypertensive episodes are what led to things like the chest pain. And that also is when I realized that I had a digestive GI condition. Since then, that condition has been corrected, and I'm in a much better physical state than I've been in the last 5 years.
And following up on that statement that you just made to me, in regards to, we're looking at your PMP, and we see that you've had narcotics within this sobriety period. Are you familiar, or can you identify when you're taking these narcotics, if perhaps you know what is going to be the point in which you possibly will relapse? Are you able to identify when it's becoming an issue?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that? How do you identify that?
I can identify that by if it is a need for me to feel like I need more medication, then that would be a trigger for me, because I have limited myself and I have a self-program that if I feel like that I'm in need of something, I'll either take a walk. I may attribute it in conjunction with maybe Tylenol, but there's things that I've known, to do that if I appear that, I'm in more pain, I'm knowing that at that point right there, I need to look for other ways to maintain my discomfort, should I say.
Thank you. That's all I have.
I have a couple questions.
We can't hear you too well, Ms. Stanford.
Let me see what I can do. Better? That any better? Hello?
Just speak as loud as you can, Teresa.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. One question I have is, Wesley asked you a couple of times what you had basically learned over this couple or 3 years. And what I heard from you was you reading something from the description of a course outline. What I would like for you to do is just look at us, not a piece of paper that tells the definition of what you should have learned, but tell me what you have learned as a nurse that was licensed in 2005 that you really should have known over that whole period of time, but somehow got off on a wayward path. And tell me what you have learned that makes me say, yeah, she is rehabilitated. She has done well through these classes, and I feel comfortable giving your license back, excuse me, and knowing that the people of this state are protected when you take care of them. So
It's
tell
all
me.
about accountability. In recent years, my accountability efforts were lacking. Through these continuing education courses, it has given me a broad base of knowledge that I have people in place. I'm just an LPN. I have an RN that's over me. I have a charge nurse. I have an ethics committee. as well, those are people in place that when things get hot, or if I'm in a situation, I have people that I can reach out to. In the past, I've always felt like I had to handle things on my own. I was shy about reaching out for help because I felt like I had to be the strong person in every situation. I had to take charge. I had to be that nurse to just get it done, or I felt like I was failing. What I've learned from my past experiences is that when things get tough, there is a reason that you have a group of people that are put into place. Those people on the ethics committee or those charge nurses are there to help you. I've been allowed myself to be put in a situation that I'm not going to allow myself to be put in again. So now I have the knowledge that when things, or am I put in a tight spot, reach out to my nursing supervisor, reach out to the ethics committee if I have a question, whether or not this is right or wrong. If I have a question, if I have to question it, then that means it shouldn't be being done. You need to seek out for answers or seek out for a higher authority. Rest that on someone with a more vast knowledge base instead of trying to handle things all on my own and leaving the weight of that shoulders on my shoulders. Reach out to people.
You said that you are just an LPN. Do you not feel that that title makes you more to the people of this state than just an LPN?
It absolutely does. I'm still a licensed practitioner. Even though I have an RN above me, the LPNs are the faces. The LPNs are the ones that the patients see. And so I am more than just an LPN. I am the person that will be there with the family members when they take their last breath. I am the person that will be sitting there comforting a patient in their time of need. I am the person that will be explaining what the reason these medications are prescribed for. I am the face that the patients will see when they're crying and don't understand why their family members have left them where they are. I am more than just an LPN. I am a comforter. I am a go-to person. I am an easer for some of the patient's mind. So of course, I am more than just an LPN.
So you're saying that, and that makes me feel much better. And the reason you got into kind of this conundrum you're in now is because you diverted medicine, or you took medicines from a patient at one point. Am I here to understand that that's never going to happen again, that we would not see you before this board again with that type of charge?
No, ma'am.
One more question. You were telling us about your sobriety date, and you have told us when and why you got these prescriptions, and you say that you've not taken any of these medicines and you didn't intend to. If you had no intention of taking these narcotics, why did you get them filled?
The medications were filled just as a, buried just in case if I needed that medication. Just as my recent condition, I had 9 total teeth removed. If I was at home by myself in pain, I feel like if it was one of those things where I just could not control pain with the ibuprofen, I'm not employed at this time. I don't have insurance. That would have led me once again to go to another ER visit. With COVID all around, that's not a place that I would have wanted to be. So as just a means of just knowing that if I needed something and could not get to my provider, if I needed, it's just like a safety net. If I needed it at that time, immediately after the surgery, which would have been a necessity, then I would have had it there.
But you had the,
Or my daughter would have had it, should I say.
but you had the prescriptions. If you weren't going to take them here again, that wouldn't have required a provider visit. Why did you feel like you had to have them filled?
I actually didn't just have to have them filled. They were a couple, he gave me several medications and they were taken to the pharmacy, and that last medication was filled with the medicines he gave me. As a matter of fact, I didn't even realize exactly what all he had given me because I had asked for the ibuprofen.
Okay, I have no further questions.
I'm sorry, Miss Riddle, I just have one last question, and I'm kind of piggybacking on Dr. Stanford. My curiosity is, I see that formerly you have worked in long-term care and home health. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What are your intentions for employment if we choose to allow you to practice?
My intentions for employment would be to seek a position where I don't have to have direct contact with medications. There are a vast number of positions that I can apply for. I can apply as a treatment nurse. I can apply for medical records, things like that.
So then, to clarify, it is your intention to possibly go back into long-term care
Yes, ma'am.
based on the information you just said to us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from the board panel?
None.
Any redirect, Mr. Perkins?
Honorable hearing officer, let me just ask you one question, please, sir.
I'm having a little trouble hearing you, Mr. Perkins.
I'm sorry, let me unmute, excuse me. Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes, sir, much better.
Just one question. Ms. Riddle, you heard the questions from the Honorable Counsel for this Mississippi Board of Nursing. You heard the meticulous questions from this Honorable Hearing Panel. And you asked a question specifically about assurances. If you are given a restored license, do you, with all transparency and complete definiteness, that if you are given this chance to re-enter this very privileged field of nursing as a licensed practical nurse, that if this board imposes whatever restrictions that they desire, Ms. Riddle, that you are going to walk the straight and narrow line and that you are going to comply with these restrictions, not at some times, but at all times. Is that your answer?
Yes, sir.
I yield, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. Anything additionally from the members of the board panel?
I have nothing.
Mr. Musag.
Nothing further from the state.
At this time, we will proceed with closing statements. Mr. Perkins, you may proceed.
Your Honor, thank you for this very privilege allowing me to close out, and to my honorable colleague from Hines, the Honorable W. Wesley Musiger, who I have great esteem and respect and regards, and to this esteemed hearing officer and to this esteemed hearing panel. I would like to close by saying Ms. Riddle's past certainly contains mistakes, but at the same time, she has testified and acknowledged that she accepts full, total, and complete responsibilities for all her actions. We're not here today to deny what happened in the past, and we understand that. That is why Ms. Riddle has taken all of these continuing education courses, these seminars, these workshops, to enhance her knowledge as a licensed practical nurse, if this honorable hearing panel gives her that opportunity to do so again. The evidence also to this honorable panel, by clear and convincing evidence, in our opinion, that she has voluntarily, willingly, and freely submitted to random drug screens in accordance with the protocol that is in place by the Life Corps Treatment Center in Tupelo, Mississippi. Miss Riddle has not only had these screens, but she's had the hair follicle screens. She's had community service. And unfortunately, when she received the emergency treatment that the doctor gave her, the IV and the other medication. But we submit ourselves to this panel, and particularly my client, who has testified that she has made some changes in her life from the way that she was prior to her signing the voluntary surrender agreement on January 18 of 2018. Ms. Riddle has certainly taken very positive steps, in my opinion, to re-enter the nursing profession, subject to whatever requirements, if any, that is imposed by this honorable hearing panel. And Ms. Riddle testified very rightfully that she is willing to follow whatever restrictions and stipulations, if any, that this board may impose. To this honorable panel, it is my opinion that we have produced clear and convincing evidence for a restoration of nursing licensure for Ms. Valerie Riddle to practice as a licensed practical nurse in the state of Mississippi. And I am confident that Ms. Riddle clearly understands and acknowledges that she is expected, and I believe she will be, a very great nurse if she's given this opportunity. And Ms. Riddle understands that she's going to be a great nurse because she wants to continue practicing nurse. Because she knows if she does not practice nursing according to the rules and regulations, that is her career. As to practicing nursing in the state of Mississippi, she is going to comply. And why do I say that to this panel? I've heard her testimony. I have stayed involved with her since the voluntary surrender. And she knows she's not only not going to let the state of Mississippi down and this nursing board down, and she's not going to let her attorney down. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Riddle did not have any idle time in terms of preparing herself with keeping up with the trends in nursing practice. She stayed abreast with continuing education, ethical courses, legal courses, courses that have the core knowledge to be a superior nurse, courses that allow her to have a masterful and an excellent background. So we've shown that today. So yes, honorable hearing panel, if you desire to place restrictions, stipulations, we accept that. We are here wanting a restoration of a nursing license. And given the information that we've shown, even with the R2, we have been transparent. And so in closing, Ms. Riddle has certainly testified as to the ways that she's different now than when she was prior to her signing the voluntary surrender on January 18 of 2018. And she accepts all responsibility for her past. She's a better person now. She has gone to life course. She's went to and submitted to drug screening when she was in the pretrial diversion program under the authority of the Lee County Circuit Court, Mississippi. And we very humbly, respectfully request based upon all of the evidence, clear and convincing that we present today, that you restore the Mississippi nursing license of Valerie D. Riddle so that she can practice nursing in the state of Mississippi. And finally, if this panel decides to put restrictions and or stipulation on her nursing license, we feel strongly that Ms. Riddle will comply at all times. We appreciate your time today. We appreciate your consideration. We ask and request for a favorable decision, and we pray and honorably and respectfully request for any and all other relief that may be necessary and proper with regard to the application for restoration of nursing license that has been tendered to this honorable, distinguished, and illustrious hearing panel on today. Your Honor, I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. Mr. Newsiger.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Riddle today has submitted a complete application for restoration of her nursing license. She has verbalized accountability for her previous actions. She has provided evidence of treatment sought for her substance use. She has provided an up-to-date assessment from a board-approved assessor indicating fitness to return to the practice of nursing. She has provided an extensive amount of continuing education materials today for this board's consideration. She has completed numerous drug screens in accordance with board guidelines and tested negative on all screens but one, for which she has provided evidence of emergency room records. She has been forthright regarding her prescriptions for controlled substances and has acknowledged the significance of even filling those controlled substances for certain medical conditions. Should this board determine that Ms. Riddle be safe and fit and proper to return to the practice of nursing, I would ask that this panel consider to do so with the imposition of continued drug screening. It is one thing to maintain sobriety outside of the profession. It is a whole another thing to maintain sobriety within the profession of nursing, especially with enhanced access to controlled substances and the additional stressors caused by this profession. Therefore, I ask that the board consider all evidence that was duly admitted here today and make a decision that is in line with the protection of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newsiger. At this time, I will entertain a motion to close determination regarding this matter.
I make a motion, we go into closed session to determine if executive session is in order.
It has been moved. Is there a second? A second. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. At this time, we'll entertain a motion for the board panel to enter executive session to deliberate on license number P321237. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. The board will now exit to executive session. Mr. Perkins, Ms. Riddle, we will deliberate on this matter and render a decision. You are welcome to remain on the line should you so desire. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. My screen is flashing. Come see what's wrong with it, Miss Riddle. Is your screen flashing?
You can click it.
I didn't do anything to it.
That's your computer, her computer. Okay, something is going on with her computer. It's nothing you've done. Oh, wow. I have no idea what that is. You may have to come in. That's on her computer screen.
Here we go. Here we go. Come here. Come here. Can you tell me what it needs to do now? Hurry, get it back on.
Go back to I just started over. There you are right there. Click up at the top.
Okay, open this up right here.
Mhm. There you go. And let me put the camera on you.
Yeah, I would love to.
You're unmuted.
Honorable Roy Perkins, can you hear me?
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I just wanted to say hello. It's nice to see you.
Well, it is such a great moment, privilege, pleasure, and opportunities to see you.
I
And
mean, I remember back in the day of law school interning, and I had the pleasure of sort of being a mentor with you when you did all of this wonderful work for the Board of Nursing. And so your good work continues. Thank you.
thank you so very much for your kind words and your great support. And let me say, Honorable General Counsel, I told Mr. Wesley Muzak, Attorney Honorable Wesley Muzak, the other day to tell you hello.
Well,
And
thank you.
and you are doing a very magnificent job. And this honorable board is just so privileged to have your presence and your excellent work.
Well, you're kind to say that, but I just could not let a minute go by before I at least said hello. Merry Christmas to you and to your family.
Oh, same here. Let me say this, attorney, before you depart. You have just made my day to come out and say hello to me. You take me back in time, young
I
lady.
know. We did
Yeah,
a lot of work together. I mean,
we did.
you taught
And,
me a lot, and I
well,
really appreciate it.
we learn from each other, and I appreciate your work. And that's the person I am now. And let me say one thing before you leave. I talked to Wesley about my magnificent experience before the Mississippi Supreme Court in the Hansen case. I know y'all cite my case, don't you?
Oh, yes, we do every
Oh,
day.
look, I can see that. Let me say, I know I can talk a long time, but look, I can see the panel right now where you sit. That's what Justice Sullivan, and to my left and your right, that was Justice Pittman. To your left and my right was Justice Banks, and all the questions came from Justice Banks and Justice Pittman. I figured one of them going to write the opinion. Who wrote it was Justice Pittman, and it was
Oh my,
and attorney, they reversed and rendered the chancellor from Rankin County.
nice work, counselor. That is because of some good expert lawyering.
Well, thank you. You're doing a great and excellent job. That's why you're still there. And Wesley is just so privileged to have you as you being his superior. And y'all a great team. And thank y'all for this opportunity today. And I was looking forward to being there, but I understand with this pandemic, this is the next best alternative. And thank you all for allowing me and my client to be heard. And we're just praying for a positive outcome.
Well, you'd be proud that I think we were the first agency to do virtual hearings. So,
Well,
kudos, you paved the way for us to do some work.
Well, kudos to you and your leadership and your expertise. And this is really wonderful. And I like the room, the background, because I have not been there. I had a few cases, but they got resolved. And Wesley told me a few days ago, said, well, Roy, I think we're going to have a hearing. I said, well, whatever is decided, we're going to just go forward and have us a good time in presenting our case.
Well, best wishes. And again, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to you and your family. Good to see you.
Well, very good. If you're ever up this way in Starkville, you just do this. Just let me know if I can be of any assistance.
I will do so. Thank you.
And thank you too. And Merry Christmas to you. Okay.
Hey.
Bye-bye. 35 minutes. We should tell.
All right, we are back on the record. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Entertain a motion to return to regular session.
I will make that motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 The motion carries. We are now back in regular session. The board panel, having deliberated on license number P321237, renders the following: reinstatement with drug-related stipulations to include 60 months probation, indirect supervision, $250 fine, random drug screens, employer reports, AA/NA meetings, prohibited areas of practice to exclude long-term care, with the first 12 months prohibited high acuity areas. A copy of this written order will be forwarded to the licensee by way of Mr. Perkins. We thank you for your attendance here today. Nothing further. You are excused.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
let me just say that very briefly in one sentence, I want to just thank you and this hearing panel for giving us the opportunity to be heard today, and we appreciate that very much.
Yes, sir. I appreciate how you handled yourself today, Mr. Perkins.
Thank you. That means a lot to me, and I really appreciate this opportunity, and so do my client, and we appreciate the decision, and just want to say thanks to each and every one of you.
Thanks again. Best of luck to you, Ms. Riddle.
Thank you.
This is the one I'm gonna be an alternate on, some of that will give you the paperwork on it. Vernita Willis.
Ms. Willis, are you on the line?
I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm not able to see your camera.
Excellent. Can you give me some instruction?
Okay, I got start video on here. Could you give me some instructions so I can make sure?
We can see you clearly and we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Willis, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Hi, I'm Brett Thompson May. I just sent an email that you needed to include the document in your application. In your screening documents, you had included where you tested, but you had not included the results. So I just wanted to make sure you were aware that I sent that to you and it has been added to your application under the tab Screening Documents.
Okay, tested for the results of the drug screening for affinity?
That's correct. What you provided was a checklist history, and that was great, but you did not include the results of those tests. So I just sent you a test history report that will go in your application, and I think you titled it Screening Forms.
Right. So do you want me to submit that to your email?
No, I submitted it to yours.
Okay, all right.
Make sure that you had receipt of it before we began.
All right, good morning. The next matter before the board panel, license number R877681, which is an application for restoration of licensure. At this time, I'll ask the board members to introduce themselves.
Good morning, Shirley Jackson, LPN.
Good morning.
Sandra Culpepper, LPN alternate.
Teresa Stanford, nurse practitioner.
PJ Adams, RN.
Thank you. Is the licensee present? Is the licensee present?
Are you asking me a question?
Yes, ma'am. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Vernita Willis.
Thank you. Are you represented by counsel, Ms. Willis?
No, sir.
Do you understand you have the right to be represented by an attorney?
Yes, sir.
Do you also understand you have the right to present witnesses and evidence on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
Do you also understand you have the right to cross-examine any witnesses who may testify against you?
Yes, sir.
Finally, do you understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank
These
you.
proceedings will move forward as follows. We will have opening statements. Any direct or cross-examination will be, direct examination will be conducted, and any cross-examination followed by redirect, and of course, any questions from the board and the hearing officer. At the conclusion of the presentation of both sides, closing statements will be allowed. The The board will make findings of fact and conclusions of law. I will render its decision in the matter, a copy of which will be forwarded to the licensee. At this time, I'll ask that any witnesses be sworn in.
Yes, Ms. Vernita Willis.
Yes.
Would you raise your right hand, please, ma'am, to be sworn in?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. For the record, I'd like to announce that there is a quorum present. Remind everyone that these hearings are open to the public. The board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. Are there any preliminary matters, council?
Yes, at this time, the state would move that exhibits B1 through B8 be admitted into the record.
Do you have any objection to those exhibits, Ms. Willis?
No, sir. No objections.
All right, thank you. They are admitted. At this time, we will begin with opening statements. Ms. Willis, you may proceed.
Okay, before I give my open statement, I wanted to know if I could say something very briefly.
Regarding,
is that okay? Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am. Regarding what?
No, I was just going to say something briefly before my open statement regarding my open statement.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Step 5, we admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. I wanted to let you all know that I was wrong for what I've done, and I'm not trying to justify anything on today, and I accept total accountability for my actions. What I will be going over on my open statement is how my addiction got started, what happened during my addiction, and how I overcame my addiction. Here's my open statement. To the Mississippi Board of Nursing staff, I'm here today due to losing my nursing license because of an opiate addiction. This addiction started after having 13 surgeries. In 2014, I also had a back injury that resulted in me having 3 bulging discs to my spine. I was not able to get my pain under control and was consulted by my physician to pain management. My disease of addiction began to become worse. My quantity of narco prescription was increased to the maximum per month, which took me into a downward spiral into my drug addiction habit. I started stealing narcotics from the hospital that I worked for and diverting with normal saline to support my habit. I would inject myself with these meds after getting off work and going to my room that the hospital had available for travel nurses. On April 1st, 2015, I was caught sleepwalking by the nursing staff, which resulted in me losing my nursing license. I voluntarily surrendered my license and admitted myself into Wings Intensive Outpatient Program. This program worked for a short time, but I didn't remain clean because I wasn't consistent with the NA meetings and I didn't have a sponsor to help guide me through my recovery. A couple of years went by and I became an employee at Greene County Hospital. I continued to struggle with this addiction for about a year, but I was still able to maintain my job. With the consistent fear of losing my family, my job, and my self-dignity, I surrendered myself to my higher power, whom I choose to call God. I cried out to God, have mercy on me. I prayed for strength and for God to guide me into the right direction for me to be healed from this terrible disease of addiction. This all starts with honesty, open-mindedness, and willingness. I was honest to myself that I was an addict and I needed help. I went to my employer and told them that I had a problem with an opiate addiction and I needed help. They sent me to rehab the exact same day. The only clothes I had with me was the one that I had on. I started out at a detox unit in Bullock County Hospital for 7 days. After that was completed, they transferred me to Bradford Warrior Rehab in Birmingham, Alabama. Making this decision was the best decision ever because it changed my life for the better. Bradford Warrior guided me through the spiritual principles of staying clean. When I completed this program at Bradford, I started going to Alliance Intensive Outpatient Program in Meridian, Mississippi. While doing this, I also started going to Aftercare Recovery Program at Wings Life Care in Meridian, Mississippi. I went to NA meetings 3 to 4 times a week and found a wonderful sponsor that guided me into working my steps. Working my step work in Narcotic Anonymous got me even closer to my higher power. I was able to forgive people for what they had done to me, and I was able to ask for forgiveness from what I had done to others. I was not even able to do this before my addiction. This program teaches me how to cope with things that is bothering me without the use of drugs. During my addiction, I could not sleep, eat, or function on a daily basis. I can do all of these things now without the use of drugs. I feel healthy and normal again. Yes, I made a terrible mistake, and I made terrible choices during my addiction. But this does not define the person that I am today. I am a good person, and I can be that great, caring, nurturing nurse that I once was before. I ask on today that if you can please give me one more chance to prove to myself, the nursing board, my family, and to the community that I am capable of saving lives as a nurse. Thank you for giving me this opportunity for being here today.
Thank you, Ms. Willis.
Thank
Counsel.
you.
We are here today on application for restoration of Ms. Fernita Willis, license number R877681. Ms. Willis had voluntarily surrendered her license October 12, 2015, and she did so due to her possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to self, except as legally directed. She had accessed dilaudid PCA, 30 milligram dilaudid per bag from the Acudose machine. She canceled transactions, withdrew the medication, and then replaced it with normal saline. After an audit was conducted, it was determined that respondent, what of the bags that she had accessed, 10 were dilaudid PCAs and 6 were of normal saline, for a total of 180 milligrams of dilaudid missing. Transpired now, 5 years later, Ms. Willis has submitted an application asking this board to consider restoring her license. This board should respond in kind and proceed under Rule 1.12, the procedures for restoration of license. And in that, the board should understand and evaluate evidence and testimony that the applicant has the burden of proof to show any and all evidence, including why she should have restoration of her license. In the evidence and testimony elicited today, this panel should review the severity of the act that resulted in the loss of her license, compliance with all restoration requirements, if any, and then if there is evidence that she's competent, safe, and fully rehabilitated to practice nursing safely.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Willis, at this time, you may begin with statements in support of your application for restoration.
Could you say that again? I'm sorry.
If you want to present to the board in support of your application for restoration, you may begin at this time.
Okay, do you want me to read off of my application? I'm sorry, I'm a little lost.
No, ma'am, just whatever argument or position you want to make in support of your application, we're ready to hear it.
Okay, I feel that I'm competent of being a nurse. I have been going through the necessary programs as far as Narcotic Anonymous. I have a sponsor. I've been working my steps fluently. And these are my step works right here that I go through. And after my step work, I go through my principles, and I've summarized my principles, and I'm doing this. I go to NA meetings 3 to 4 times a week, like I said, and it has gotten me connected back to my higher power, you know, whom I choose to call God. And it's helping me stay clean this for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Willis. Ms. May?
Yes. Ms. Willis, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you some questions regarding your application and the information that you've submitted, okay?
Okay.
First of all, you did apply for restoration of your nursing license with this board, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and in doing so, you did receive a copy of the Rules of Procedure, Part 2825, specifically Rule 1.12, at application for restoration applicants. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you understand today that you carry the burden to show this board why any and all evidence that you have provided them, why they should review that to determine whether or not your license should be restored. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So on your application, let's go there. That's going to be Exhibit B8. I am looking at the first tab here where it says application, okay?
Okay.
All right. And on this document, it asks several questions under Part B. I believe it asks, let's see how many questions here. 11 questions. Are you with me?
Yes.
You answered yes to questions 4, 9, and 10, correct?
I answered yes to 4, and for 5, 7, 8, 9, 5, 6, 7, and 8, it was no, and 9, it was yes.
Right, and 10 was yes as well, correct?
Right.
Okay. And was number 4 related to the Board of Nursing as being the licensing authority?
Yes.
This Board of Nursing, Mississippi.
This Board of Nursing, Mississippi, yes.
All right. And then number 9, you stated that a hospital or facility had terminated your professional employment. And are you referencing there Merit Health?
Yes.
Okay. And that was as a result of the 2015 incident?
Yes.
Okay. And then number 10, you answered yes, that you've received treatment and counseling as a result of the revocation or surrender of your license, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk or ask questions now with regard to question number 10. And it asks about counseling or treatment. When is the last time that you ingested a controlled substance, Ms. Willis?
July of 2019.
Okay. And the reason I ask that, because that is in your treatment records, is it not?
Yes.
Okay. That's 4 years after the surrender of your license and your admission of stealing the Dilaudid and replacing some with saline, is it not?
That's right. That's correct.
Okay, so is this board panel to understand that you have had an active addiction within those 4 years and perhaps more?
I struggled with addiction since my loss of my license. Yes, I still struggle with the addiction. I did. Yes.
Okay. And after 2015 incident, did you receive any treatment at all?
Yes, I went to Weems outpatient program, and
And
that's
when
where
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I went to Weems outpatient program in 2015 after I surrendered my license. And that's when I did not remain clean. I did for a short period of time, but I did not remain clean because I did not continue to go to my NA meetings, and I never did get a sponsor, never start working steps. So yes, I relapsed.
Okay. So is it your testimony then that Weems in 2015 and then your stay with Bullock County Hospital and then Bradford, those are the only 2 times you've been to treatment?
Yes, those are the only 2 times that I've been to treatment.
let's look at your treatment records, okay? I'm pulling
Okay.
those up, the ones you submitted in your application. Okay. Willis, have you pulled those up?
Yes, I'm on the treatment records.
Okay, very good. I'm looking at the Bullock County Hospital records where the admit date was July 12, 2019, correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the board panel what this visit was about?
That was the visit when I was discussing my open statement. I went to my employer and I told them that I was still struggling with the opiate addiction. They sent me to Bullock County Hospital to be detoxed. I was detoxed there for 7 days. And then after that, I was transferred to Bradford Warrior.
Okay. And in these Bullock County Hospital records, would you agree with me that the history of presenting complaint reads that you use as many 10 to 15 pills a day of Percocet?
I did not take Percocet. I took Loratabs. I don't know why that was confused with Loratabs, but Percocet was not my drug of choice. No, Loratab was.
Well, would you agree with me then that's what the history in the records you submitted state?
That's what it states, yes.
Okay. And it states that you were, again, this is the language, that you were hooked on Percocet for a long time and still continuing to abuse it. Would you agree with me that's what it says?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And so it's your testimony then if we substitute Loratab for Percocet, then you would admit that that's the history, the actual history.
Right.
Okay. So your employment referred you to treatment. Is that my understanding?
I went to my employment and told them that I was still struggling with the addiction, and my administrator asked me, would it be okay, asked me, did I want to go to treatment? And I told them yes. And so we made the decision to go that day. Yes.
Okay. And you were working during the time that you had an active addiction?
I was working during the time that I was struggling with an addiction.
And what were you doing?
I was still taking the Loratabs that I was prescribed for my back injury.
What was your employment? I'm sorry, what was your employment during that time?
I was working at Greene County Hospital as a medical lab tech, and I still do.
Okay. And what were your duties during that time that you were struggling with the Loratab?
Running tests on patients and turning the results out to the doctors, and letting the doctor know what's going on with the patient as far as lab results.
Okay. And how long had you been doing that since the surrender of your license? Just out of curiosity.
Off and on for about a couple of years.
So you approached your employer, you stated you had a problem, and they
Yes.
referred you to Bullock Hospital, and then Bullock Hospital referred you to Bradford Health Services. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. And would you agree with me? I'm looking at Bullock County Hospital, your discharge summary. Upon discharge, it basically, the diagnosis, again, says addiction to Percocet, but we can insert addiction to Norco, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So let's now look at your Bradford Health records.
Okay.
Now, the effective date that it states on this discharge transfer says August 7, 2019. Would you agree with me?
Mm-hmm.
Tell the board, when you engaged with Bradford Health Services, what did you do?
Could you ask that question again? I'm sorry.
When you were engaged with Bradford Health Services, what did you do?
When I was engaged.
How long were you there?
Oh, I was there for about 21 days.
Okay. And tell the board what you did during that time.
Okay, what I did during that time, they introduced me to the spiritual principles of staying clean. So we did, I'm talking about from sun up to sundown, we did a lot of learning about, you know, staying clean, questions. We had group meetings a lot. We did activity works. It was a lot of things that was involved at Bradford.
Okay. And you completed that, that was inpatient treatment, a residential inpatient treatment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. One moment. Okay, and Ms. Willis, when Bradford discharged you, what were their recommendations?
Their recommendations per Jessica, the social worker, was for me not to stop at the 30-day treatment or 21-day treatment, to go ahead and go through our outpatient program. And once I completed the outpatient program, get into an aftercare recovery program and go to at least 3 to 4 meetings a week and get a sponsor. And I did everything that they asked.
Okay, and then let's now move then to Alliance Health Center.
Okay.
Tell the board how Alliance Health Center came into play, because it says your effective date here at Bradford 8/7, and then it looks like about 9 days later, you were at Alliance. Is that about right?
Right. I checked out from Bradford, and I wanted to get in at Weems at first, but at the time they weren't. I think you had to pay a substantial amount of money, and they weren't accepting my insurance. So I enrolled at Alliance. And what Alliance did, we went through a lot of step work. I know I went through at least step 1 through step 4. And we did activities as far as staying, counseling and activities as far as them helping me stay clean, or showing us the ropes into not going into relapse. And trying to see what else we did. Them introducing us to the NA meetings, and they did random drug screens as well. Just a lot of counseling, a lot of one-on-one.
And in the Alliance Health Center, they diagnosed you with opioid use disorder severe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I remember reading in your medical history where they had actually recommended, I'm trying to remember if it was New Leaf or Alliance, where they had recommended you attend 90 meetings in 90 days.
Right.
Yeah. Did you do that?
I could not do every day because I was working at the time, but I did go to as many meetings as I could. I went to about 4 to 5 a week.
Okay. Okay. Also in these records, it stated that you were taking a medication to help with, I believe, I'm trying to find the actual medication. You were taking a medication to help with your cravings.
Yes.
And what was that drug?
This is something that Bradford introduced me to. And that's why I was saying willingness. I was willingness to make, to whatever it took for me to stay clean, I was going to stay clean. And they told me that Vivitrol would be the, a drug that that's the drug Bradford introduced me to, was Vivitrol. And my insurance pays for that every month. Yes.
And so are you currently taking that now?
I'm currently still taking it now.
And what's the dosage?
Ooh, the dosage. It's a shot that's given by the nurse. I really don't know the dosage. I'm sorry.
Okay. And so you've been taking that now. If you started in Bradford in July of 2019, is it your testimony that you've been taking that approximately 18 months?
I've been taking it since August, yes, of last year.
Okay, was there any plan for titrating down or?
Yes, it is. And I can stop taking it at any time. you know, I'm willing to stop now if I have to. I'm working my steps. That's what's keeping me clean. Me being close to my higher power and working my steps and doing all the necessary treatment. That's number one in helping me be, you know, staying clean today.
What provider is prescribing that?
Dr. Ricky Nance.
And are you currently taking any other medications?
My hypertension medicine, Benacar.
And does the provider, Ricky Nance, prescribe that?
Yes, he does. Yes, ma'am.
Any other provider that you see?
No, ma'am.
Dr. Nance?
I only see Dr. Nance.
You have a treatment record here from Weems Community Mental Center dated July 14th, 2020. And it states that you had been actively participating in the Recovery Support Services Aftercare Program at Weems since October 1, 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you still participating in this group?
I got my certificate in October of this year.
Okay.
So I'm done.
You're done. Where do
Yes,
you
ma'am.
attend? Where do you attend your meetings?
At Serenity Group in Meridian, Mississippi.
How often do you attend?
3 to 4 times a week.
Do you have a sponsor?
I do.
Okay. How often do you speak with the sponsor?
At least 2 to 3 times or even 4 times a week.
Who composes your support group?
Who imposes my support group?
Composes. Who is involved in your support group?
My NA family.
Okay. So no family members?
Oh, my son, he comes to the meetings with me a lot. Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't understand the question.
Okay. Your son, how old is your son? I'm sorry.
He's 17.
Right. It looks like, Ms. Willis, let's go back to your application
Okay.
as we continue the questioning. I believe we were in part B and you've answered questions related to your treatment.
Okay.
Number 11 asks you to list requested information for counseling or treatment, which you did do. Are you currently receiving any type of counseling?
The counseling that I'm receiving now is only through my sponsor as of right now. But when I was at Aftercare Recovery, I had a couple of counselors there. But I recently graduated in October.
Okay. All right, part D of your application asks for you to list continuing education.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
you list 4 courses. Can you tell the board what you took and the credit hours you obtained?
Yes, I took opiate prescribing and substance abuse. That was 10 hours. Substance abuse was 4 hours. Drug overdose and antidotes was 2 hours. Inpatient in the workplace substance abuse was 2 hours.
Okay. And question 2 asks that you list other methods. And can you elaborate and tell the board how you answered number 2, listing other methods of how you've maintained or improved your knowledge and skill in the practice of nursing?
Yes, ma'am. Working at my current job, which is Greene County Hospital as a medical lab technician, has kept me up to date on my medical profession. I have been able to determine the critical lab values on patients that could be detrimental to patients' health. I am able to call physicians in a timely manner to give panic values on the patient's lab results. I have also been able to keep up with my CPR skills during codes and trauma.
So am I to understand, Ms. Willis, as well as the panel, that the facility where you worked as a lab tech and where you reported your addiction, they have maintained employment with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you receive quarterly, annual evaluations on your job performance?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When was your last performance evaluation?
It was, let me think, about 3 months ago.
And what were the results of that?
They were all good. All of my performance was good. And my CEO, which is the administrator, Miss Marcia Pugh, she comes in maybe 2 or 3 times a week and hugs my neck and tell me how proud that she, you know, she's very proud of me. She tells me that all the time.
All right, Ms. Willis, Part D of your application, specifically number 3, asks that you explain how the educational preparation is relevant to the specific conduct that resulted in the loss of your license. Can you tell the board your response?
Okay, you said Part D?
Part D, yes, and number 3.
Number 3, let me find it. Okay. The educational classes that I took online increased my knowledge about opiate abuse. It taught me which steps I could take to prevent drug use from happening again. The classes were very thorough and showed me how to dispense narcotics the right way and how to determine if someone else is abusing narcotics in the workplace and the steps you should take if that happens.
Okay. And Ms. Willis, I asked that because this particular portion of your application might be one of the most important, because it really asks you to explain how you have been rehabilitated as a result of the loss of your license. Do you understand that?
Okay, I guess I just misunderstood the question. I'm sorry. So you want me to answer that?
Well, I just want you to understand what I'm asking, and that is, can you at least appreciate that this question is asking about rehabilitative activities that you have undergone since the event of you losing your license?
Yes.
Okay, because in 2015, quite frankly, what's on paper is that, you stole bags of Dilaudid and replaced some of them with normal saline, right?
You're right.
So,
yes.
So here we now march forward 5 years. You've admitted 4 of those years you were in active addiction. And now you're working on remaining sober. But Ms. Willis, would you admit with me that you're taking a drug now to prevent you from taking your drug of choice?
Yes, I mean, this is something that Bradford introduced me to, was Vivitrol. And this was a precaution, that I was taking. But like I said, ultimately, I'm working my steps. That's what's keeping me clean. I've gotten reconnected to my higher power. And working my step, this saved my life. Working my step work saved my life. So, yes, ma'am.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, ma'am, that's fine.
What I want to ask now is, who was the provider that initially prescribed you the Vivitrol?
The provider that initially prescribed me the Vivitrol was out of Bradford, and I can't recall his name, but it was the physician at Bradford Warrior.
Okay, and would you agree with me that those records you submitted from Bradford indicated that it was going to be a short-lived prescription time for you to take Vivitrol? Would you agree with me?
A short-lived?
In other words, you are not going to be prescribed Vivitrol indefinitely.
Right, yes, yes.
Okay, so you are now getting the same drug from a Dr. Nance?
Yes, Dr. Nance.
Is Dr. Nance aware of your Bradford experience, and have you provided him with those medical records?
I mean, Dr. Nance knows that I've been in treatment for rehabilitation for getting off of Loratab. Yes, he knows about the treatment.
Okay. And so your testimony is that Dr. Nance knows that you were prescribed Vivitrol at Bradford.
Yes, yes. He knew that I was prescribed that at Bradford. Yes.
Okay. But he has not specifically read or has those medical records on file at his office.
Right. He does not have the files. No.
Okay. All right. All right. All right. Let's go back to your application. You do list in Part E your community service.
Yes.
Okay. And then Part F, you list your employment history.
Yes.
Okay. And I know you've already testified to this, but how long have you worked for Greene County Hospital again?
2 years and a half.
Okay. Okay. As part of your application, Ms. Willis, you also had to submit affidavits. And 3 of those affidavits had to be from registered nurses. Is it your testimony that you have provided those for the board's review?
Yes.
Okay. Also, can you affirm that you have personally spoke with, communicated with each person that completed an affidavit so that they understand how and why you lost your license?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you communicate?
They know that I had a problem as far as my drug addiction. And one of them even was working with me at Central. So she knows everything. Miss Marcia Pugh, who is the administrator, they knew I was a nurse before they hired me. And I was honest with them. And I told them about the situation that happened at Central. Let's see, as far as, I'm trying to think of everybody. Lisa, she was a close friend of mine. So yes, she knew about the situation as well. Because we was talking on a day-to-day basis.
And again, those are part of your application, and you did submit the requisite 5, 3 of them being RNs, at least RNs,
Right.
correct? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I want to now go to Exhibit 7, and I want to look at your PMP.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
I want to go to Exhibit B7.
B7.
Mm-hmm. Are you with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just let me know.
I think I am. I think I'm on the right thing.
It says B7 at the top, and then underneath it says report. It's your prescription profile.
Oh, my prescription profile. Okay.
Just tell me when you're ready.
Okay, I'm sorry. I know I have it in here.
Make sure you're not waiting on me.
I remember seeing it in here. Okay.
Okay, ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Do you agree with me that this patient report does show the prescriptions that you've obtained? And it looks like this date range from November 19, 2017 to 11/19/2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The last prescription that this report states is that you received a prescription on 7/8/2019. Looks like for Ambien.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it your testimony that you are no longer being prescribed Ambien from any provider?
As of right now, no, I have not taken Ambien since then. No, ma'am.
Okay. And then look at the next page, Ms. Willis. Again, I just want to be sure we understand these medications. You had testified earlier that Dr. Nance was your only provider. And I see a couple of prescriptions from a Dr. Holmes, and I believe it looks like a Dr. Gaddis. And I just want to make sure you explain who that was and if you have what that was for.
Okay, now my question was, when you asked me, was Dr. Nance my only provider? I thought you was asking, was he my only provider at this time? Yes, as far as that, Dr. Holmes and Dr. Gaddis, they were dentists that I had seen.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure that you weren't seeing them or they weren't currently providers by you, even though I know you testified earlier, Dr. Nance, but I have to do my due diligence and ask.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And so then looking at this profile then, Ms. Willis, again, in 2015, you surrendered your license and then you continued to get hydrocodone and continued your addiction. Did Dr. Nance or any of these providers know at the time that you were struggling?
Not at that time, they didn't. No, ma'am, they did not. Not during that time. Because like I said,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
when I went, like I said, when I first went to Weems, I went for that short, I've completed the program and I remained clean for a short period of time, but I wasn't consistent with my NA meetings and I didn't get a sponsor. So I relapsed right then and there. So I did not know the necessary things to do as far as letting the doctor know, okay, I have a problem. I am an addict. I need, is it something else that I can take? Now that I have gone through the necessary programs and done what I was supposed to do as far as the NA meetings and getting a sponsor, I went straight to my doctor and told him that I had a problem. And I told him about the Vivitrol and everything. Yes, ma'am.
And the reason I'm asking all these questions is because I believe you stated you had had a back injury since you were 23 years old and began taking Lortab. Am I understanding that right?
No, ma'am. I had surgeries. I had several surgeries, like 13. And then in 2014, I had a back injury from pulling up a patient. And that resulted in me getting 3 bulging discs to my spine.
Okay, so since 2014, you have had an issue with Norco.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it wasn't until 2015 when you got caught that it came to light. Agree with me there?
Yes, ma'am.
And then now it's your testimony that you have been clean for a year, but for taking Vivitrol?
Yes, ma'am. I've been clean for a year and some months now.
What's your sobriety date?
July of 2019. No, I'm sorry, August. Let me get it right. July of 2019.
What day?
July 10th.
And so if the board panel just stated to you, we want to drug test you today, what would that test result in?
Negative.
Since you are working currently at a healthcare facility, do you have any prospective employment if the board should decide to restore your license?
My employer wants me to work there as a nurse. It's in Alabama. If I don't know if we're multi-state with Alabama or not, but they want me to work with them at the hospital that I'm currently at now.
Okay, and you only in the past have had a Mississippi license, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if the board should entertain, given the fact that you've proven that you're competent and that you are fully rehabilitated, should the board decide that and give you a license, do you understand that the board could impose drug-related stipulations on your license?
Yes, ma'am.
And further, because of that, do you understand that they are prohibited from granting you a multi-state license?
Yes, ma'am.
Which means, Ms. Willis, if the board should entertain the thought of providing a opportunity for you to have your nursing license, they perhaps would impose those restrictions, which would mean you would have a single state Mississippi license. Do you understand this?
I do understand that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, which means you could not work in Alabama, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Let's go forward with your application and tell the board about the criminal matter that you have since resolved with the Circuit Court of Hinds County.
Yes, ma'am. It has been expunged off of my record.
Okay. And this, you were placed in pretrial intervention, and that was a result of the incident in 2015 with Merit Health, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you completed all requirements, and you did submit for the board's review in order of expungement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So at this time, you have no outstanding criminal history against your person.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And Ms. Willis, you also in your application, you have supplied AANA calendars, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you testified earlier that you attended 4 to 5 meetings a week. And maybe you have this in here, but I only saw a couple times where you attended maybe 4. Would that be accurate?
Yes, that's what they had on there. Yes, ma'am. I had it signed the best way that I could. But yes, I was attending meetings 4 to 5 times a week. When I first started, that was when I was going to Alliance.
Okay, and what month and year was that?
What month and year was when I started?
When you were attending 4 to 5 meetings a week. I just want to make sure you're providing the board the evidence they need.
Yes, ma'am. I started that in around September, I think. It was September when I was going to Alliance.
And that would be what year?
Of 2019.
Okay, so your calendars go from July 2020, excuse me, August 2019 to July 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And are you continuing to go to AA meetings?
Yes, ma'am. I have my NA meetings here as well. I don't think you have those, but for the one I think from July on up, I have those copies as well, if you need to see those.
So your testimony, and we can do this on the record, September, October, November of 2020, is your testimony that you attended AA meetings?
Yes.
Approximately how many? A week?
About 3 a week.
Okay. And your testimony is you have those calendars with you, evidencing your testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Willis, is there any additional information you want to tell the board panel in light of the application and information that you have submitted?
No, ma'am, not at this time.
No more questions at this time.
Any questions from the board panel? Looks like we don't have any questions from the panel. Council, do you need a moment?
1 moment. I just have one follow-up question. Ms. Willis, would you agree with me that the last diagnosis that you received diagnosed you with opiate use disorder severe?
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay. No further questions.
Ms. Willis, is there anything further you'd like to share with the board?
No, that's all at this time.
If you have a closing statement with Ms. Willis, you can make it at this time.
Okay, I just wanted you all to consider me my nursing license back. I have been going through the NA meetings and getting a sponsor and working all of my steps. I'm even chairing at the meetings. And after I'm done with step 5, my sponsor is going to have me to be a sponsor for I'll be a sponsor. So, you know, I didn't, like I was saying in my open statement, I didn't even know anything about, you know, forgiving. I was holding grudge with people. But when I started working my steps, and it just got me closer to my higher power. And with me being closer to my higher power, it has made a better change in my life. You know, I have been doing everything necessary that I'm supposed to do to stay clean. And not only, you know, is this helping me, you know, it's helping me be a better mom, you know, a better child, a better person overall, you know. And I just ask that you all just please just consider me and give me one more chance of getting my nursing license back to prove to myself, my family, and the community that I can be that good, caring, nurturing nurse. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Willis. Ms. May?
Yes. In closing, the state does recognize that Ms. Willis does submit before the panel a complete restoration application. But the state would again reiterate that Ms. Willis, not the state, has the burden today to show that she should be given the opportunity to have her license restored. And in the consideration of that, this board panel must consider and weigh the severity of the act that resulted in the loss of her license, which admittedly in 2015, Ms. Willis, by testimony and evidence, had diverted bags of Dilaudid and replaced the same with normal saline. That's criminal. And then we transpire a couple of years later, and she's in active addiction for 4 years. Then she decides within the last 16 months to ask this board panel for a second chance. In the meantime, there is some concern about her prescription of Vivitrol and the fact that her primary care provider, which she testified to, doesn't know or hasn't read or been privy to her records at Bradford, which when you look further in those records, do state that that particular drug should be given to Ms. Willis, not indefinitely. And then finally, overall, the competency of Ms. Willis, she has supplied some CEUs, but given the fact that she's been out of nursing practice 5 years, does suggest that should the panel entertain the possibility of restoring her license, that she most certainly would have to have a refresher course. All of that said, the state would ask that this evidence, testimony, and application submitted by Ms. Willis be looked at thoroughly. And should this panel decide to restore her license, do so with all drug-related stipulations, further evaluations, so that we can protect the public.
Thank you, Ms. May. At this time, I will entertain a motion for the board to enter closed determination about whether we need to enter executive session.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries. At this time, I entertain a motion for the board to executive session for deliberation on license number R877681.
Motion.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The board will now exit to executive session to deliberate on this matter. We will return at 12:45.
You bring it up, they go, they say that might be the only thing, the only reason.
I told him, I said I could take
Unmuted. Oh.
I
don't
know,
forget-
right? All right, I'll see you in a minute. All right, bye.
Yeah, please. I had a brain freeze.
All right, we are back on the record. I will entertain a motion to return to regular session.
So moved, sir.
There a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and properly second to return to regular session. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 The board is back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number R877681, the board panel renders the following: reinstatement with drug-related stipulations to include 60 months probation, $500 fine, refresher course, indirect supervision, prohibited areas of practice, AA/NA meetings, chemical evaluation. The license will remain single state license. The first 12 months, prohibited high acuity areas. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee. There's nothing further. You may be excused. Ms. Willis.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
What email is it gonna go to? What email? What email? What email are they gonna forward your information to?
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yes, ma'am.
What email are you all going to refer this information to? Will it
It'll
be mine?
It'll be mailed to you.
Okay, and will I be able to go ahead and take my refresher course in December or start applying for it, or will I have to wait?
You have to wait until receipt of the order.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Is next, correct?
Mr. Sister, and he's represented by this.
And so I'm just trying to get my motion. So am I doing that one under restoration?
Do we need to mute?
It's a reinstatement of advanced practice privileges. It's kind of different because he already has an RN license. He's being monitored, so he's asking for APRN privileges, reinstatement of APRN privileges.
So would I still use the restoration paperwork for that one?
I think so. That's what he's asking for. Yes.
All right.
Yeah, and that's a little bit different. Yeah.
He and his counsel on. The next matter before the board panel, license number R857282, petition to reinstate APRN privileges. At this time, I'll ask the board members to introduce themselves.
Sandra Culpepper, OPN.
Shirley Jackson, LPN. I'm the alternate.
TJ Adams, RN.
Is Dr. Stanford on mute?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Teresa Stanford, nurse practitioner.
All right, thank you. Is the licensee present?
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, the licensee is present, and I'm also his counsel of record, Lisa McKay.
All right, thank you. The order of proceedings, these proceedings will move forward as follows with opening statements. We will hear any direct examination, cross-examination, then followed by redirect. And of course, board members and the hearing officer will have an opportunity to pose questions as well. At the conclusion of the presentation of both sides, closing arguments will be allowed. The board will make findings of fact and conclusions of law and will render its decision in the matter, a copy of which will be mailed to the licensee. At this time, I ask that any witnesses be sworn in.
Yes, I believe that will be Mark Sistrunk and Vera Rucker.
Oh, raise your right hands, please, to be sworn in for your testimony. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I'd like to announce that there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. The board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. Council, are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, at this time, the state would move exhibits B1 through B13, as well as A1 through A3 be admitted into the record.
Ms. McKay, do you have any objection?
No objection. Thank you.
All right, thank you. They are admitted. Ms. McKay, you can begin with your opening statement.
Thank you. And if it pleases the board, I'm going to try to move around so that Mr. Sistrunk does not have to turn his head to see what I'm doing, but we are also trying to maintain appropriate social distancing, if that is okay with the board.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, my name is Lisa McKay. I represent Mark Sistrunk. Mr. Sistrunk's CRNA license was suspended and his RN license was put on probation as he entered into an agreed settlement order dated April the 24th of 2019, following his termination from his job with Physician Anesthesia Group for diverting narcotics for personal use. Mr. Sistrunk has petitioned for reinstatement of his CRNA privileges, and we come before you today to present evidence of his compliance with the board's order, as well as his rehabilitation, his contrition, and his almost 2-year track record of sobriety. Mr. Sistrunk will offer testimony regarding his 90-day inpatient treatment at Pine Grove and its Professional Enhancement Program, or PEP, his counseling with Ruth Glaze and others, his consistent involvement with AA and his sponsor, and his ongoing commitment to sobriety. We will, of course, address these matters in more detail through his sworn testimony, but at this time, we appreciate the opportunity that's been presented to Mr. Sistrunk to present his petition for reinstatement of his advanced practice privileges as a CRNA today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKay. Ms. May?
Yes, as Ms. McKay stated, we are here on the petition of Mr. Sistrunk's request that his CRNA privileges be restored. His license number R857282 actually holds 2 privileges, one as registered nurse and the other as CRNA. Currently, as Ms. McKay stated, Mr. Sistrunk's RN is on probation. And when he signed the agreement, April 24th, 2019, he agreed that his RN would be monitored for approximately 58 months. within the agreement, it also stated that Mr. Sistrunk would have the opportunity to petition this board after 1 year to seek APRN privileges be restored him. Mr. Sistrunk has the burden to show why he is deserving to have his APRN privileges restored, and the state would ask that the board hearing panel review and deliberate in terms of evidence and testimony today that will be elicited in light of the burden that Mr. Sistrunk carries.
Thank you, Ms. May. Ms. McKay, you have the floor.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the board. We would call at this time Mark Sistrunk. Mr. Sistrunk, would you please state your name and address for the board?
Mark Sistrunk. I live at 116 Virginia Valley Drive, Brandon, Mississippi.
And you are here today asking for your CRNA privileges to be restored. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You are under an agreed settlement order dated April the 24th of 2019, which I believe is Board Exhibit 7. Is that your understanding?
Yes, it is.
At this time, Mr. Sistrunk, could you tell the board briefly what happened that resulted in your CRNA privileges being suspended? In other words, were we working at that time, and just basically what happened?
I was working at St. Dominic's Hospital, where I've been employed for the previous 20 years. I was working as a nurse anesthetist in the operating room. I was going through a really dark, painful time in my life. After the previous loss, tragic loss of my oldest son. At this time, my youngest son was graduating from high school and going into the Air Force. This left me at home alone in the afternoons for hours, which is completely different than what I've been used to, is filling this time with events and activities with my son Kyle. But now I was left mainly just with my thoughts, and just went to a really dark place of pain, grief, and resentment. Spent this time alone at home just with my thoughts. It's not unusual to have multiple syringes in my pocket at work. Accidentally taking a syringe of fentanyl home with me and not wasting it appropriately. I took this home and used it one afternoon just as an escape, basically just to numb out from my world of thoughts and just get out of my head. At this time, this went on sporadically for numerous times.
Was it ultimately discovered by the hospital?
Yes, the pharmacy did an audit and noticed discrepancies with the fentanyl. They approached me. I immediately admitted to taking the drugs home with me.
And at that time, were you terminated from your job?
Yes.
Right. Did you go to inpatient treatment at that time?
I did immediately. I was ready. I went immediately to Pine Grove.
And this was in approximately beginning of February of 2019, is that correct?
That's correct.
And at that time, the board had also contacted you and you've been in contact with them, is that correct?
Right.
All right. Did you do a certain course of treatment, inpatient treatment at Pine Grove? Tell us about that.
I did. I did the 90-day program there. I started off with the Next Step program, and after 30 days in that program, they recommended that the PEP program for the professional enhancement program would be more geared towards me and where I was, my recovery. And at that point, I transferred to the professional enhancement program for additional inpatient 60 days.
So, Mr. Sistrunk, that would be a total of 90 days inpatient with the Next Step program combined then with the 60 days at the PEP program. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you successfully completed that program.
Yes, I did.
All right. As a part of the agreed settlement order that you entered into with the board in April of 2019, there were steps that you were to complete. I'm just going to kind of walk through those with you. The part of it was to pay a fine and complete some courses. Did you do that? And you were working, as I believe, during this period of time up to the present day with Ms. Vera Rucker regarding the steps of the compliance with the order. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. The order that you entered into also required drug screens. I have reviewed the spectrum report that the board exhibit 13 offered by the state. And it appears that you had 582 check-ins during the last almost 2 years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And of those, there were 31 reported resulted drug screens. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I noticed that all of those drug screens are negative, with the exception that there were 2 abnormal screens back to back in October of 2019. Do you recall that?
I do.
And I'm looking at Ms. Vera Rucker's compliance summary, which is Board Exhibit 8. It actually addresses those 2 abnormal results. It appears that the physician consulting with the board, Dr. Barry Lubin, actually reviewed those abnormal results and determined they were due to dehydration. Do you recall the circumstances of those?
Yes, I do. This was in October, where we had a record heat wave during that time of 100 degrees for several days in a row. I was working as landscape and yard maintenance for the church at that point, where we worked sometimes before daylight till dark with outside all day and doing landscape work. At this time, it was difficult just to remain hydrated at all. I even had a hard time providing a sample at that time.
Due to being unable to urinate due to dehydration.
Right.
All right. And is your understanding that those 2 abnormal results were actually resolved by Dr. Lubin as being due to dehydration? You were simply cautioned to remain hydrated so that that would not happen again.
That's correct.
And that did not happen.
It did not.
All right. Also, the agreed settlement order requires AA meetings, attendance, and documentation of that. Have you complied with that?
I have.
And you have a sponsor, is that correct?
I do have a sponsor.
Could you tell the board what your relationship is with your sponsor, both in the past and also day to day as we sit here now?
Henry and I have really got a close relationship. We speak daily, either via text or a phone call. Close, he keeps close tabs on where I am, and the same I do for him.
All right. And you've provided the documentation of your attendance at the meetings to Ms. Rucker.
That's correct.
Okay. Additionally, I understand that Pine Grove referred you last year when you were discharged from inpatient treatment, referred you to Ruth Glaze here in town, who's a licensed professional counselor with experience in addiction and recovery treatment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you still see Ms. Glaze?
I do see Ms. Glaze.
Has that been an ongoing relationship?
It has. We started out on a weekly basis. Also, we did family counseling with my wife included for a period of time. The frequency, she just kind of dictates it as we go as to where she sees fit. And, it's been a blessing.
So that has been successful.
Extremely helpful, yes.
Right. And my understanding is, and we have provided correspondence from Ms. Glaze as Exhibit A2 at this hearing, along with Ms. Glaze's curriculum vitae, that Ms. Glaze would like to see in your counseling with her, that she feels like the individualized approach with you has been helpful. She can sort of tailor that approach to what's going on in your life on a day-to-day basis. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
And is that something that you would like to see continue?
Very much so.
Okay. If you could at this time, if you would let the board know what jobs you have held since you got out of the inpatient treatment in roughly April of 2019.
Initially, after coming home, I was a bit lost and didn't know, what to do. For a while, I just did random jobs, yard work, maintenance jobs, friends, family, church members. During this time, I routinely attend a small group. Our church, we have a small group, and one of the members who has a pastor in the church asked me would I be interested in working on the facilities maintenance team at the church. And I thought, sure. I started working for Pine Lake Church. It was truly a godsend at that time. That they wrapped their arms around me, and it was a tough time for me, and just loved on me. It was really a blessing. There were other people who worked in the maintenance program there who were recovering addicts as well. It was truly a godsend at that time. It was a humbling experience. I mean, I worked everything from the yard maintenance to pulling trash, but it was a blessing all in the same.
All right. And as I understand, there are many people that you've worked with and worked in that regard, including the pastor. I believe it was Mr. Cadenhead that provided a letter for you in support of you today, and as part of the exhibits that have been presented to the board today. When did you stop working at Pine Lake, or is that still kind of an ongoing off and on thing, or has there been another job?
Yes, I started working with Merit Health Central in the behavioral health department. I've worked there for the past 8 months.
That is an RN.
As an RN on that unit.
And I noticed that there's a letter from L.V. Willis, who I believe was your supervisor at the behavioral health unit, that has been offered as Exhibit A3 to the hearing today, as well as a previous letter that was offered back in April from the Chief Nursing Officer at Merit, also supportive of the work that you had done there. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And I believe Ms. Willis even points out in her letter that not only have you been doing the duties assigned to you in the behavioral health unit, but you also have volunteered to work and voluntarily worked in the COVID unit for behavioral health, because that was a need they had, that they did not have adequate nurses volunteering for that unit.
That's correct. When the COVID pandemic broke out, we just had to make a makeshift unit for behavioral health patients. We had multiple nurses who quit, a lot of techs quit, and no one wanted to work the unit. I did volunteer. I was, for a while, the only RN that worked the unit, as well as the nursing supervisor, who had to work the opposite shift of me.
Okay. And I understand you have recently left work at Merit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And tell us about that. When was your last day?
October 29th was my last day at Merit Health. I chose this date. I knew I had my recheck with PEP coming up, which would be a week long.
That you'd have to take off.
I would have to take off work a week long, and also in preparation for this hearing, would take time off as well. I needed to catch up on my CE credits that I was behind on, and spend time with that. At the time, also, I was taking 13 to 15 acute behavior patients at that time. We were extremely short-staffed. The ratio, like I said, was 13 to 15 patients, and with my narcotic restrictions, it became more challenging to get my medications given on time to that many patients because I had to seek out another nurse to pull my medicine, the narcotics, or anything that was restricted. And I just felt at that time that it was not the best fit for me, and it was a good time to move.
Okay, so in other words, you had some concern due to the increased patient load. You had concern about being able to take care of your patients adequately while still following the restrictions of having to have other nurses actually pull the narcotics and deal with the narcotics. And you had concerns that that was going to impact your ability to do your job. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you actually, did you try to get a transfer to somewhere else in the hospital or talk to anybody about that?
I did seek other employment in the hospital. I spoke with the chief nursing officer. She advised me that the burn ICU needed help. But in looking at that, it also was not a good fit for several reasons. There's a lot of narcotics given there and with my restrictions. And also it was a recommendation made from the board that I refrain from working in critical care areas, emergency department.
Right,
So,
as I recall, that was actually recommendations made by Pine Grove when you were first discharged, that you stay out of high-risk areas such as intensive care. Is that correct?
Right.
All right. And so based upon that, there was really not another place for you to go at Merit, and you decided this might be the time just to simply end that relationship with the anticipation of hopefully going forward and being able to look for a position as a CRNA. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Sistrunk, you recently returned to Pine Grove in Hattiesburg for a week-long, I think they call it a recheck. Did you successfully complete that?
I did successfully complete that.
All right. And you have, I believe, received a copy of Pine Grove's discharge summary and recommendations from that recheck. I believe that is Board Exhibit 11. Is that correct?
Yes.
And looking through those recommendations, they make quite a few, and just touch on a few of those. They certainly recommend to continue drug screens and monitoring. Are you in agreement with that?
Yes, absolutely.
They recommend that you refrain from working in the high-risk areas, such as areas with irregular hours, heavy patient loads, those things we talked about earlier. Are you also in agreement with that? Okay. They also recommend that you continue your therapy with your counselor, with Ruth Glaze, and I believe you told us earlier you absolutely welcome that and would like to continue to do that.
Yes, that's beneficial.
Okay. There are a couple of other recommendations made in the discharge summary from Pine Grove. One has to do with medications. They recommended that if you were going to have access to controlled medications, that you take Vivitrol injections or naltrexone. Have you ever had to take any medications like that before?
I have not. I have some concern about this, given that I'm approaching 2 years of clean sobriety. I've also heard of the side effects of these medications. I've actually was in rehab with people who were in rehab because of these medications.
Have you actually discussed these concerns with Ruth Glaze, who I believe does have some experience with those as well?
I have discussed this with Ruth, and she agrees with me and is willing to work with me on a one-on-one basis throughout the recovery process, returning to work and monitor me as needed.
All right, and that sort of touches on another of the Pine Grove recommendations, was that you return to the PEP program for a 1-week recheck after you've been back as a CRNA for about 6 months. Did you discuss that also with Ms. Glaze?
Oh, yes, I did.
And I believe that's what you were
Right.
telling us. And Ms. Glaze actually put her opinions on this in her letter, which is A3 in our exhibits to the board today. I'm sorry, A2 is correspondence from Ms. Glaze, where she addresses not only the side effects of those medications that she does not feel like are appropriate for Mr. Sistrunk at this stage of his recovery, as well as her feelings that a more individualized approach would be a much more effective follow-up for you once you return to being in the operating room again. Is that your understanding of her opinions?
That's my understanding.
And are you comfortable with those and good with those? Okay. Are you currently on any medications at all, Mr. Sistrom?
I take Zoloft for anxiety and also take amlodipine for blood pressure.
Okay. And those are prescribed by whom?
Christy Hall, nurse practitioner.
Okay. And she is your regular
She is my
person.
regular.
You said. Okay. Mr. Sistrom, do you feel ready to re-enter the workforce as a CRNA?
Absolutely. I am stronger mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually, than at any other point in my career.
What are your plans for the future should the board give you your which is back pursuant to this hearing?
Of course, I plan to seek a job as a nursing assistant in the area. Given my current circumstances with my wife, carrying the benefits, insurance, I don't have to work in a full-time position. So this opens up my options to cut my hours and work as a more PRN or a part-time employee at a more of a regular schedule. Looking at a surgery center.
Ms. McKay,
Yes, sir.
we're having a little trouble hearing you, so we can get everything transcribed.
Okay.
Maybe we need to have you move closer to the mic.
I'm standing closer now. Is this better?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry about that. Did I need to go back in anything? Or just pick up where we were?
I think you just pick up where you are.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Sistrom, just to recap, I believe you were telling us that because you are able to be on your wife's health insurance, it's not necessary for you to take a job simply to get health insurance benefits. So it will enable you to perhaps do something on a PRN as needed basis, or more of a lesser hour, lesser demanding job. And that you thought about maybe looking at something in a Surgicare and seeing what their needs are, that would be perhaps a little bit more in line with what the recommendations are for you at first as you enter back into the CRNA arena. Is that correct?
That's right. That's what.
Okay. Mr. Sistrom, is there anything else that you would like for the board to know today?
I guess first of all, I'd like to thank the board for the job that they do. I also would like to say how much that I guess publicly express my regret for what I've done, and also just a public apology for what I've done. However, on the same token, I've been blessed in this journey now for almost 2 years now. For once in my life, I am open, honest, and this has brought me the most peace ever. For such a long time, I wore a mask and was pretending to be someone that I'm not, and or to be someone in whatever situation I was in. I no longer have to wear that mask, and I'm comfortable with the person I am today. I'm not proud of what I've done, but I'm also not scared to share my story with others in hopes of helping other people avoid this road. I'm grateful for this opportunity. I just want to really say a special thanks to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Sistrom. I have nothing further at this time and would tender Mr. Sistrom for cross-examination.
Thank you, Ms. McKay. Ms. May?
Mr. Sistrom, can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Okay. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay. I want to ask, first of all, you did sign agreeing to certain stipulations on April 24th, 2019 with the Board of Nursing, correct?
I did.
Okay, and in that agreement, you did agree that your CRNA, APRN privileges would be suspended minimally for a period of 12 months, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and in the meantime, you were allowed the opportunity to practice as an RN. And in those conditions, I believe you were being monitored for a period of 58 months. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and is it our understanding today that since that time, you have practiced as an RN until October 29th, 2020, under that agreement?
Yes.
Okay, and that there remains approximately, what would we say, 40 some odd months until you would have completed that agreement, being monitored as an RN?
Yes.
Okay, and so today you're asking that the board reinstate you as a CRNA.
Yes, I am.
Okay, and in so doing, if the board does decide that you have met your burden of showing why you should have the opportunity to have those APRN privileges restored to you, are you willing to accept monitoring up to 60 months on your on both licenses?
I am.
Okay, and the reason I say that, I'm going to exhibit B11. B11 was your Pine Grove discharge summary. And when you underwent, wait, let me wait and make sure. Do you have that exhibit?
We're flipping to it right now.
Okay, just let me know when you have it.
We're ready.
Okay. And Mr. Sistrunk, the reason I asked that question is that when you went for your follow-up with Pine Grove, they had provided some return to work recommendations. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
And I want to ask you this: did Pine Grove also know? They also knew that you had been or currently being monitored as an RN, right?
Yes.
Okay. So in paragraph 1 on their return to work recommendations, they did state that it would be recommended you sign a minimum 5-year monitoring contract to include random drug screens, medication compliance, feeding and therapy attendance, and then other recovery efforts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So, so you submit to the board today that while you have been practicing as an RN and have been in compliance with your April 24, 2019 order, you understand that if the board should reinstate your APRN privileges, that both licenses or both privileges, I should say, under the one license number could be subjected to a period of time for monitoring.
Yes, I do. I understand.
Okay. And I want to ask you, I know that your counsel asked you, are you ready to go back? And I want to explore that a little further by asking you, fentanyl was your drug of choice, was it not?
Yes.
Okay. And when you go back, or if the board decides that you should have a CRNA privileges restored to you, you're going to be back in that same environment with fentanyl, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, because your previous agreement, when you were an RN, had asked you to refrain from administration of controlled substances. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. But if the board decides to put you in the place where you're allowed to practice as a CRNA, you can't really practice as a CRNA unless you administer fentanyl. Would you agree?
Oh, that's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what assurances, if any, can you provide this board that indeed you are ready and rehabilitated to the point that you can handle that environment again?
Aside from the year and a half of rehab, counseling, AA meetings, support groups, aside from all that, I am not the person that sat before you a year and a half ago in many ways. I have learned how to handle difficult situations, difficult events, whereas before I would stuff these emotions or thoughts and not share or consult with anyone about those. I've learned ways of processing difficult events completely different than the survival techniques that I was taught growing up, was to just move on and put it behind you and stuff it in. My plans in the work environment is to have a monitor there, a workplace monitor, and I would have a coworker as well that I could instantly get in touch with, where I would be triggered at any point, and I would have someone on the job who knows where I'm at, what I'm doing, and the path that I've been on, that I could easily reach out to if I felt at any point to be in danger of relapse.
Because I think the other point, Mr. Sistrunk, is, working as a CRNA, especially when you work for a group, you have different scenarios and different employees, if you will, different colleagues that you might work with. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Yes. So if the board again were to entertain allowing you to work as a CRNA, you talk about a workplace monitor, would that be within a group that you worked with? Or would that be a specific person? Or have you thought about that?
I have thought about that. Actually, I've just in reaching out to people who are actually CRNAs who are also in recovery and who have been reinstated, the areas that I've looked, talked to them about jobs and how they handle the situations. And I would certainly have a coworker who is on the job, who knows me, knows my situation, there to call when I needed to.
Okay. And and you have seen Ruth Glaze regularly. Would that be accurate?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And she recommends at this time that you be given the opportunity to return to work. Does she not?
Yes, she does.
Okay. And from the standpoint by which she recommends that, isn't it accurate to say that she recommends it to say that that would help your recovery?
Yes.
Okay. And you're here again before this panel saying that if they gave you the opportunity, that they're not going to see you again in this situation. You're not going to divert fentanyl again.
Absolutely not. I never want to return to that person that I once was, who was just in a very, very dark place and didn't know how to get out of it, looking only to escape. And that's somewhere I never want to return to. And I can only tell you that you're not looking at the same person that you once were. And this is,
and Mr. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I mean, this changed my life outside of career, vocationally. It's changed my entire marriage, my family, my relationships. It's been a blessing, and I never want to return to where I was.
You mentioned earlier that you attend AA meetings regularly. Where do you attend?
At the Methodist by the airport, Madison.
Okay. All right. And who would you claim as being in your support system?
I have a really large support system outside of my sponsor, Henry. My support system includes my family, mother, wife, son. I have a very, very close small group with the church. We meet weekly, but we are in contact with each other almost on a daily basis. I have a recovery group through Bridge to Recovery, which I attended. We do an aftercare group, which has somewhat been difficult to attend, but our aftercare group really formed a close bond with each other, and I keep in touch with them.
Okay. And Mr. Sistrunk, finally, the last time you were diagnosed was when you went back to Pine Grove to go through the professional enhancement program, the follow-up. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And that diagnosis was that I believe they stated opioid use disorder, severe and sustained remission.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And it is your testimony today that, and by the evidence submitted, that you have complied with every stipulation and condition of your final order dated April 24th, 2019, correct?
I have.
Okay. And should the board entertain restoring APRN privileges, again, your testimony is you would do anything the board asks of you.
That's correct.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. May. Any questions from the board panel?
I have none.
I have none.
All right, thank you. Any redirect, Ms. McKay?
No redirect.
All right, at this time, we will move forward to any closing statements. Ms. McKay?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Thank you again for giving the opportunity to Mr. Sistrunk and I to come before you today on this matter. I hope that we have been able to touch on all of the points that I believe would be of concern to this board in considering Mr. Sistrunk's petition for return of his CRNA privileges. We understand that the board's mission is protecting the public, making sure that a nurse is safe to practice. I believe that we've shown today that Mr. Sistrunk has shown true commitment to his sobriety. He has fulfilled the dictates of the board's order, and he's ready for the next step. One thing that actually sort of struck me as I was sitting here listening to some of the answers he was giving in response to Ms. Thompson-May's questions, in a lot of ways, I can tell that he has gone out beyond what's been required of him. I believe I heard him to say he's actually tried to sort of inquire of other successful recovering CRNAs who have been in this position, gotten their privileges back, to try to figure out exactly what the best approach is to get himself back into the OR and into the practice that he's worked hard for and is passionate about. I think that says a lot for him. I also would ask the board to, it made a lot more sense to me when I was reading it from a professional, but to take a look at the opinions of Ruth Glaze, who does have a lot of experience, both generally in recovery and addiction treatment, as well as specifically with Mr. Sistrunk, as to her opinions, certainly with regard to the medications and her feeling that he does not need to have Vivitrol or naltrexone added on at this point in his recovery, that could be a harmful addition, not a helpful one. And also would ask the board to also please consider Ms. Glaze's feeling that the day-to-day counseling with Ms. Glaze in an individualized situation where she can tailor what he needs to his everyday lifestyle and life occurrences would be a better fit for him than having to return him to the PEP program, creating perhaps a additional stressor in a new work environment. I thought those were two important points that Ms. Glaze made, and would certainly ask the board to take those into consideration. Just overall, I appreciate your attention to this matter today, and certainly appreciate the opportunity to present this to you. And certainly we stand ready to respond to any other questions or concerns that any of the members may have, and also hope that you will favorably consider his petition for reinstatement of his CRNA privileges today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKay. Ms. May?
Yes. Mr. Sistrunk has been in compliance with his April 24th, 2019 order as he's practiced as an RN during this time. Pursuant to that order, it suspended Mr. Sistrunk's APRN privileges, to which he would have the opportunity, and is doing so today, to exercise eligibility for those APRN privileges to be restored him. He is here today with testimony and evidence that's been admitted into the record, where the state can truthfully say he has met all requirements asked of him of the final order, but for the remaining months. With that said, the state would offer that recommendations have been given from professional organizations as well as from Dr. Glaze, asking that if the board consider restoring him certain work conditions that would be appropriate for Mr. Sistrunk to work under, especially given the fact that Mr. Sistrunk, should the board again decide to restore his APRN privileges, would be going back into the very environment that began his addiction with fentanyl. The state would ask that should they entertain restoring Mr. Sistrunk, that they heed the advice of Dr. Glaze, as well as the return to work recommendations from Pine Grove.
Thank you, counsel. At this time, we'll entertain a motion, go into closed determination to see whether executive session is necessary.
I will make that motion.
I'll second.
Been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. I will now entertain a motion for the board panel to enter executive session to deliberate on the matter regarding license number R857282.
I'll make the motion. We go into executive session.
I will second.
Been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 The motion carries. The board will now exit to executive session to deliberate on this matter. We will return once we have a decision to render. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you everyone for your patience. We are back on the record. I will entertain a motion to return to regular session.
Make a motion, we return to regular session.
Second,
Been moved and properly seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We are now back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number R857282, the board renders the following: to restore CRNA privileges with drug-related stipulation and continued monitoring, to include random monthly drug screen, employer reports, AA/NA meetings, max hours, 88 hours per 2-week period, indirect supervision, the return to work recommendations of Pine Grove with the exception of number 6, CRNA 60 months probation with reevaluation of compliance after 36 months. There's nothing further from the parties. Ms. McKay and Mr. Sistrunk, you are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A copy of this order will be forwarded to you, Ms. McKay.
Thank you.
Sir,
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck to you, sir.
I appreciate it.
We're going to sign off. Thank you.
Next hearing will be Miss Marilyn Hill. I'll get Wesley, it's a restoration.
Oh, sir. Oh, my gosh. I'm so sorry, Wesley. Answer this. I'm sorry.
Today, it's the Shan's fault. She moved me around.
No, I'm trying to answer this email back. These folks, I'm trying to answer this email, but they just told me they need a document 2 days ago.
Would you unmute me for just a moment, please? Miss Hillberry, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, good. We can see and hear you. So we're going to go forward with your proceeding in just a moment.
Okay.
So just hang tight.
All right.
The next matter before the panel, license number 320102, which is an application for restoration of licensure. At this time, I ask the board members to introduce themselves.
Sandra Culpepper, LPN.
Shirley Jackson, licensed practical nurse.
Teresa Stanford, nurse practitioner.
PJ Adams, RN.
My name is Edward Wiggins, Special Assistant Attorney General. I'll be serving as the hearing officer. Is the licensee present?
Yes, sir.
Please state your name.
Marilyn Neely Hill Berry.
Are you represented by counsel?
No, sir, I'm not.
You understand you have the right to be represented by an attorney?
Yes, sir. My father is an attorney, but I didn't think at this point I needed to bring him in.
All right. You understand you have the right to present witnesses and evidence on your behalf?
Yes, sir, I do.
You understand you have the right to examine any witness who may testify against you.
Yes, sir.
Finally, understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf.
I'm sorry, sir, you cut out. Could you repeat that?
You have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf.
Yes, sir.
The hearing will proceed as follows. Opening statements. We will hear from the licensee. The applicant will be allowed to cross-examine any witnesses. You will also be subject to cross-examination as well as questioning by the board and the hearing officer. At the conclusion of the presentation by both sides, closing statements will be allowed. The board will make findings of fact and conclusions of law and will render its decision on the matter, a copy of which will be mailed to you. I ask at this time that witnesses be sworn in.
State would have no witnesses to swear in.
Ms. Hill, would you please raise your right hand to be sworn in for your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this call is to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. For the record, there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. The board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session, I'm sorry. Are there any preliminary matters, counsel?
At this time, the state would ask that exhibits B1 through B8 be admitted into evidence.
Do you have any objection to those exhibits, Ms. Hill?
No, I do not.
They are admitted. Ms. Hill, you may begin with your opening statement.
Okay. Of course, I am Marilyn Neely Hillberry. Next week will be 43 years old. I've been a nurse since 2004, with the exception to in 2009, I called the board myself and surrendered my license due to an opioid addiction. I never worked addicted. I never took drugs from my jobs. I never wanted to take care of patients in that situation. So I surrendered, and I have just returned into the medical field in the last year. I have been clean for over 4 years, and I have been working and holding my priorities. I'm a mother of 7 children, 3 being grown, 4 under the age of 11. I am the sole provider. I feel as if I have recovered myself and gotten past my addictions. And I feel as if I am competent physically, mentally, and able to be a nurse. I have nothing but good comments, recommendations from my employers. And I hope that you will see and find today that I do deserve another chance, since I did willingly notify you when I had a problem. And I have corrected the problem.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Mr. Mootsager.
Yes, the respondent today did surrender her nursing license, which was entered approximately July 27th, 2009. That was surrendered in relation to the violation of Mississippi Code annotated 7315-29-1H, and that she is addicted to or dependent on alcohol or other habit-forming drugs, or is a habitual user of narcotics, barbiturates, amphetamines, hallucinogens, or other drugs having similar effect. Specifically, during the months of June 2007 and August 2008, respondent was obtaining excessive amounts of controlled substances from different providers. Today, Ms. Marilyn Hillberry carries the burden to show that she is safe, competent, and fit to return to the practice of nursing. I ask that this board carefully consider all evidence today provided by Ms. Marilyn Hill Berry and make it a decision that is in line with the protection and best interest of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Hill,
Yes, sir.
you have the floor to share with this board panel why your application for restoration should be approved.
Okay. I will just start with, like I said, I never had an experience with drugs, opioids, any kind until I was 27 years old. I did break my lower back, and the physician that was treating me for unknown reasons to myself I was started on a very addictive drug, which has now been known nationally that they hid the facts that it was an addictive drug, that being OxyContin. Then throughout the course of my treatment, my broken back, so I say, and in nursing, it's actually my coccyx. It was crushed, hyperangulated, and deformed. It could not be operated on, so they just were feeding me narcotics. I then was also going through a divorce, and I remarried into one of our Mississippi State representatives, into his family, and his son was drug addicted unto my beknowledge. And he introduced me to other, well, it's illicit drug, not a prescription, which was heroin. I did have a prescription in 2008, I do believe it was, from my doctor that was treating me in Memphis, Tennessee. And to keep me from having to go back and forth, he had post-dated my next month's prescription. And unbeknownst to me at the time, my also addicted opioid husband at that time talked me into taking the post-dated prescription into the pharmacy as he changed the date. And yes, I did. I presented it to the counter. And that was when I was arrested. I was arrested for prescription forgery. The punishment that I got was 3 years of 3rd District Drug Court. I completed that satisfactory, no violations. Then when I got out of drug court, I remained clean for a certain period of time. And then due to some traumatic events in my life, at that time I was raped, and it sent me back into the streets. No more was I on prescriptions. This was the point to where I was having to use illicit drug, which was heroin. I can't explain to you what it did to my life or what it did to my family. Addiction is like a tornado going through a family. And I always say, no one knows it better than the person that has been addicted. Opioid addiction is now one of the biggest pandemics that we have in the United States. And no one better than myself has a testimony to help someone not go down the same road that I have been down. When I relapsed in 2014, I got a charge for uttering forgery. And that was on some checks of a family friend. She was also addicted. And so she had handed me the checks, and I cashed them unbeknownst to her father, who was also on that account. And so he charged me, and I went to the penitentiary. Like I told you, my father was the retired chief judge of the Supreme Court of Appeals, and he was my lawyer, and he has always taught me, you do the crime and you're going to have to pay the price. And so he stood behind me going to the penitentiary, and my sentence was drug and alcohol at the Mississippi Department of Corrections. Once completed, satisfactory, with no write-ups in the penitentiary, no trouble, no failed drug screens. As soon as completion, I was to be released. I served 10 months. I completed everything. I never got in trouble, never had any write-ups. I got out of prison and I did well for, I would say, a good year. And then I had an emergency C-section with twins. And when I was given the morphine through a PCA pump, it sent me back on about a 3-month running trail because they took my twins from me at that point because allegations that had been made about my past. So my sister is a doctor, and she came and took the twins so the state wouldn't take them until we could get things straight. A few months later, after all this happened, I decided that I'm done. That this is awful. I'm done. It has ruined my life. It is ruining my children. And my parents just couldn't take any more. And you know, they say you have to hit rock bottom. I hit rock bottom. Everybody turned their back on me. Everybody. I put myself back into treatment at behavioral health group. They're all over the nation. At that time, that happened to be November. It was October or November. I've got you all have the documentation. I think it's November though, of 2016. I entered into their treatment program in New Orleans, and a few months, and then in December I came back to Mississippi, where I was from, and the closest treatment center was Memphis, Tennessee. I drove there every single day, 7 days a week, to be treated and dosed with a drug called methadone, because in my past I had been treated with Suboxone or buprenorphine or naloxone, and I had an allergy to it to where my hair fell out. So the only drug next for me to try was the methadone. And I thank God for that program, because I'm still in it today. And I know a lot of people have bad things to say about methadone, but I have articles here that I can read to you. I wanted to submit them to you, but I didn't find them till later. But methadone is the oldest addiction treating drug. It is proven that it does not cause a euphoric feeling. It does block the receptors in my brain that cause me to crave drugs, opioids. And you do have documentation from their program. I have been compliant since the day I entered. I have failed no drug screens. We are randomly tested. We are schedulally tested. I see a licensed counselor there. I had to work my way up through the years, the number of days that I had to go in. And then after you work your way up so long, you will earn so many take homes. And then you work your way up all the way to that. I have worked my way up to 28 days worth of take homes, with that I go in once a month to get them and see my counselor, call her in between. And every week, 2 days out of the week, I have to call the telephone number and I have to enter my codes. And if I'm told to come in, I have to bring my medications, and I have to have a witnessed drug screen and a pill count. I have successfully completed all of this. This medication may be looked down upon, but in my case, it has saved my life. I feel that I am better now than I have been in 14 years prior. This drug has made me get my priorities straight. I have held a job for years. I finally got back in the medical field, and not one time did I ever, even in my past, take a drug from my work, try to mess the logs up on the narcotic books. I work at a clinic. We do not distribute narcotics. I am very compliant. I am very capable. And you do have documentation from my employer and my previous one until the doctor I worked for got COVID, that I am a good nurse and I have been nothing but an excellent employee. I'm asking you all to please take into consideration how long it has been for me and that I have remained clean. I am in no legal trouble. I have paid all fines, all fees, and paid my dues to society. I am the sole provider, so my license does depend upon my ability to not be on government assistance. I am asking you to please read over my documentations, my affidavits from nurses and from the other people that I have, and from my internal doctor, and from the clinic that treats me, and give me this chance.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Counsel.
So thank you for your patience, Ms. Berry, and I'll refer to you as Ms. Berry if that's okay.
That's fine.
Thank you for your patience. I know we were scheduled to start quite a bit earlier, but things have kind of run over. So I would start with, I suppose, chronologically.
Okay.
Your license, 2009, and how long after did you have criminal charges levied against you?
Okay, the criminal charges, actually, when I surrendered my license right after that, I don't know what month, but let's see, I think September or something of that year, I believe is correct. It's when I had to be sentenced and go and plead my case on the prescription forgery charge. And that's when I was sentenced to 3 years of drug court. Oh, and a year's house arrest that was tied in with the drug court. And I was under the direction of Mississippi Department of Corrections that worked for them, and also licensed counselors and Judge Andy Holworth. That was the 3rd District Circuit Court judge, and he was the drug court judge.
And have you provided any documentation today within your restoration packet regarding the resolution of the criminal charges?
Yes, sir, I have. You have something from the Union County Circuit Clerk, Phyllis Stanford, stating that I have no more criminal charges. I've finished all my sentences, paid all my fines and dues, and I am free of all of that. She even did an affidavit for me. My charge of prescription forgery, she did state that when you all asked me to present, what I had, the prescription forgery, since I did drug court, was what you call adjudicated. So it is no longer on my file. The only thing that was left on my file, and she sent you that in the binder, was the 2014 uttering forgery that I went to the penitentiary for.
Thank you. At what point did you first attend treatment for your drug addiction?
In 2009, I did, I'm so sorry. In 2008, I put myself in the Haven House in Oxford, Mississippi. I did a month there. And then again in 2009, when I signed on to drug court, it was part of the drug court that I go to inpatient treatment. I did 42 days at Fairland. It's actually in Dublin, Mississippi, but most people associate it with Clarksdale. It's actually also called Region 1. I did complete that program. I came out of there, and that's when I started reporting to drug court and my house arrest officer.
And to be clear, your drug of choice for your drug addiction was opiates. And specifically, would it be a Percocet or heroin? What specifically would it be?
Yes, sir. It would my main problem was heroin.
And we're going to talk a little bit more about your treatment, Ms. Berry, but I do want to ask at this time, do you have a sobriety date?
Yes, sir, I do. My sobriety date is the date that you have on your paperwork that I entered into behavioral health group in New Orleans, which is considered the same as Memphis. They're the same company. Let me get it. I've got it here on my paperwork too, if you all can't find it in your binders. But keep in mind too, though, I had bouts of sobriety, but continuous would have been from November 2016 to the present.
November 2016.
Yes, sir.
So you had drug court, you attended treatment with Region 1. Did you attend any other treatment prior to your relapse in 2014?
Prior to my relapse in 2014, the last time I had been to treatment was in Corinth, Mississippi. It's another region. I'm not sure which region they call it. But I attempted to put myself in there, and they would not keep me because I was pregnant and high risk, and they had to discharge me after 2 weeks. So I then did outpatient through Communicare in Oxford, Mississippi, which is also associated with the drug court system, and Haven House, the treatment center in Oxford, Mississippi. I did that under the direction of Dr. Folks, whom was the drug court physician also. He did state to the drug court that I was going to be one of the individuals. There are such individuals that will need what you call treatment, probably long term, meaning he was trying me on the Suboxone, and he is the one that was treating me when my hair fell out. So that's when I had to get off of that. And so that's how I ended up in a mess in 2014. And then, no, I went after that, after Corinth couldn't keep me because of a pregnancy after I had the baby, and got that charge in 2014. The next treatment I had was inside the penitentiary.
And what did that treatment consist of, and approximately what year was that?
I went in January of 2014, and I came out October 22nd of 2014.
Did you receive any specialized treatment for your addiction there?
In the penitentiary?
Yes, ma'am.
No, sir. All I did was 5 nights a week. I had to go to drug and alcohol classes. It lasted 3 hours each night. We would go at 6 p.m. and get out at 9 p.m. The reason we didn't go during the day is because every morning at 6 a.m. I had to get up and I had to go to work out at, for the, I worked for the Brandon courthouse in Brandon, Mississippi. A security guard would take me to work every day, bring me back. And as soon as I got back, I only had time enough to do, shower, eat, and then my drug and alcohol classes started. I did that from the classes started in February, I do believe. And because in January, when I went to prison, there's a couple of weeks process to get classified. I was then sent to Flowood, Mississippi, to the satellite for women. And that's where I attended from that point forward all the way to October 22nd of drug and alcohol, 3 hours every night, 5 nights a week.
Did you maintain any employment in 2014?
I was in prison the whole year. By the time I got out in October 22nd, sir, no one was hiring because of the holidays. So no, sir, I did not. I did have community service ordered for me though, for some previous fines for like suspended driver's license and things. So I worked for the Union County Courthouse, of course, just to pay my fines for about a month after getting out of prison.
And what happened during the interim period before you entered treatment once again in New Orleans in 2016?
Okay. I had a tragic family event happen. During that time, my ex-husband, the one I had told you about that got me, what do you call it? He didn't hold a gun to my head. I'm an adult. I take responsibility, but introduced me to some things, the heroin, started trying to come back into my life. And, of course, I had police reports where I was having to call the police on him all the time and that kind of thing. And it just so happened that I fell. I'm being honest. I fell. And when I fell, I knew that I was in a mess because at that time, sir, I was pregnant with twins. And that's why DHS stepped in. And so after I had those twins, they were born April 2015. I was only 6 months gestation when they were born. I was afraid they were going to die. And all that happened. And then I was just decided, I really wasn't using after they were born, but I can't prove that because I didn't go back and put myself into treatment until the end of that next year. And the reason I did that is because I saw and felt like if I didn't go get some help, and not so much for the addiction as it was mentally for my children being taken, that I was scared I was going to go back into the streets.
So in 2016, you went to New Orleans for treatment, correct?
I did. I wanted to get away and see if getting away from, they say in rehab, sometimes you have to change your persons, places, and things. And so I thought, okay, I researched it and I knew that New Orleans was known for having a lot of drug problems as well as having good treatment because they have such a problem. So I went there. I immediately got into the BHG treatment program and I stayed clean there. And then I decided that I talked to my parents and my children and I wanted to come back to be with my kids. And to be honest with you, it was costing my parents a lot of money to help keep me up out there. And I couldn't find a job due to me freshly being able to prove clean and treatment. So I came back home and transferred within the same company, BHD, into their Memphis program because that is the closest one to where I was living at the time, which was New Albany, Mississippi, which is where I'm from. I moved to DeSoto County in 2019 so that I could also be closer to my treatment center. and there was more job opportunity for me there without everybody knowing all the skeletons in my closet and not giving me a second chance. New Albany is a small town, and there for a long time, I felt like I could never overcome my past. And that's one thing that held me back. But I do have to say that since I entered into BHG in 2016, I have never felt better, nor have I lived more responsibly and productively as a citizen than I have since that date, November 2016 to the present.
And if I understand correctly, Ms. Berry, BHG is the treatment center wherein you are provided methadone for treatment of opioid use disorder. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It is a treatment facility that actually, if you don't mind, I'll read you something about them. BHG is a leading provider of outpatient opioid addiction. Their treatments are combined with medication assistance treatment with behavioral therapy, counseling. It says they treat addiction to pain pills, and everybody knows what those are: Lortab, Oxycontin, Opana, hydrocodone, morphine, and heroin. It says at BHG, they use evidence-based team-delivered medication assistance treatment of opioid dependency that allows each patient to work toward achieving his or her best level of functioning in the community. Their medication assistance treatment uses methadone or buprenorphine, or as known as Suboxone, to address patients' physical dependency on opioids. Under the supervision of a physician, they use one type of medication, methadone or buprenorphine, to address the patient's physical dependency on opioids. These types of medications minimize the painful symptoms of withdrawal and stabilize the patient's biochemistry. It is team-based. Behavioral counseling addresses the patient's psychological dependence. Working with an on-site counselor, each patient develops an individualized treatment plan. The patient and the counselor work to identify triggers that lead to damaging behaviors. They develop coping mechanisms to address those triggers. And all BHG facilities are outpatient drug treatment centers that allow the patient to live at home, attend work and school, and live a normal life. As a condition of the treatment at BHG emphasizes abstinence from illicit substances and alcohol. All patients are subject to regular drug screens, which are monitored by the medical staff. Methadone is a synthetic opioid. Since the 1960s, methadone has been primarily used as a treatment for narcotic addiction by stabilizing the opioid receptors in the nervous system. Methadone limits the patient's craving without providing a euphoric or a high effect. Methadone blocks the euphoric and sedating effects of opioids. Methadone relieves the craving of opioids, that is a major factor in relapse. Methadone relieves symptoms associated with withdrawal from opioids. Methadone does not cause euphoria or intoxication, thus allowing the patient to live at home, attend work or school, and live a normal life. Most patients require doses of 60 to 120 milligrams a day to achieve an optimal therapeutic effect.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. And so this information you just provided, that is from the facility, is that correct?
It is, sir. I can actually screenshot it if you need me to. I wish I had it to put in my binder, but my counselor failed to get it to me in time.
And so you mentioned that there is behavioral therapy associated with BHG. How much behavioral therapy have you undergone?
Okay, when I first started, I had to see my counselor at least 3 times a week because I told you when I first started, I went 7 days a week to dose in front of a nurse. And then you had to see your counselor. You had to go to the lab, have blood, urine screens. Those are witness, all of that. And then as you progress through the program, you earn, like I told you before, you earn the rights for take home so that you have to go less and less to dose in front of them. But you are still subject to telehealth with your counselor. and in person. And those just like after I started after I went every single day and had to see the counselor 3 times a week, then as I sort of graduated, they call it going into different phases. As I graduated into different phases, and you only can get there by the correct counseling and I guess the correct answers that you give your counselor and how she sees fit for you. And the medical doctor and or a nurse practitioner there is also there, and how they see you're doing and in your drug screens. At this point right now, since I've been in there 4 years to the month, and I've maintained clean drug screens from day one, and I've been compliant with everything they've asked of me, and I've done it all. I see my counselor in person once a month, but I call her at least once every 2 weeks, or if I feel a need to talk to her about anything. That does not even have to be drug related. It could be anything.
Are there any 12-step programs incorporated into this treatment that you receive?
Yes, sir. When, like I say, when we first started, you do NA and AA and all that, those things, and you get sheets signed and stuff. And I even did those during drug court too. And then I did those when I started treatment. They also offer those at the treatment facility. So you can do that with a group, or you can do it by yourself with your counselor. The NA classes were limited in New Albany when I was living there, just due to it being such a small town. But we did have like one, maybe once a week. But I would have to say that I wasn't interested in it because most of the people in there, all they talked about were their what we call war stories. They talked about how fun it was when they did get high. And I don't want to hear that. I wanted to hear how damaged it made your life and where you are now because of it. And so most of those people were not on the same level that I was.
And where do you reside now, for the record, Ms. Berry?
I reside in DeSoto County, South Haven, Mississippi.
Do you currently attend AA, NA groups?
The only ones I currently attend right now are actually at the treatment center, or I do some online. It's not really virtual, but like some online NA reading and stuff, because I joined the, it's called, oh, now I've drawn a blank, prison ministries. I wanted to do the prison ministries too. So I do a lot of online reading, and I read testimonies and I give my testimony, hoping that I can help someone. And maybe when COVID's over, I'm going to do some in-person stuff at the county jails and at the penitentiary in Tennessee. I've already spoken with the counselors and people there, and they've asked for me to speak. I've also been asked to speak at some NA meetings, but due to COVID, it has slacked for in-person things in the year 2020.
So do you have a sponsor?
I do not have a current sponsor. I use my counselor as my sponsor. Because I've gotten so close to her that I can tell her anything and she knows everything about me. But outside of that, I have such a support system within my family that I can go to my parents about anything. There's been times, no, I wouldn't say lately, but there's been times that I'll call my mom at 2:00 in the morning and she'll talk me all the way through something bothering me. So, and with my dad being a lawyer, they support me in every way possible. And then, like I say, he doesn't believe in getting me out of trouble. He believes in I have to pay the price. So I've learned a lot.
Well, speaking of your support group, Ms. Berry, you testified that some of the things you learned through the behavioral therapy were what your triggers are and coping mechanisms to deal with those triggers. Please identify the most dangerous trigger for you and what coping mechanisms you have put in place to deal with that.
Yes, sir. The most dangerous trigger for me, and I'm just going to be honest with you, was when I did not have any medications that were blocking the receptors in my brain, And as the addictionologist told me, is sometimes it can take over 5 years for an addicted brain to stop thinking and dreaming. You even have dreams. Well, I don't have those anymore, thank God. But my biggest trigger was not being in a treatment. And when anything would creep up on me, to cause me, I always felt like sometimes if I was trying to do right, everybody would try to bring me down that was judgeful. In other words, that's another reason I moved from New Albany. I couldn't escape my past there. And when someone's constantly calling you, oh my goodness, you know, she's the heroin addict that gave up her whole life, and look at what, you know, she lost some kids and this. I mean, you can't come up from that when people are constantly beating you down. And so I moved. And since I've moved and stayed in my treatment, I haven't found one trigger since I have gotten out of New Albany and remained in my treatment. And I have a licensed counselor that I can call upon anytime. I have honestly not had one trigger.
And you are currently employed, Ms. Berry?
I am.
What is your employment?
I work at Olive Branch Family Medical Clinic. It is a private owned family practice. And we have, don't quote me on this to exact, but we have about 6 nurse practitioners and 2 physicians. And as well as you all know, my job does depend on me restoring my license. They hired me, and I told them that I was trying to get my license back. My current boss wrote you all a letter letting you know that it was contingent on my license. And the reason being for that is because in the state of Mississippi, a nurse practitioner cannot delegate orders to a medical assistant or an unlicensed nurse. Only physicians can. And they are primarily run with a father and son-in-law doctor, and the rest of them are nurse practitioners. And so I currently work there. I have been there since September, I believe. September or the 1st of October. And prior to that, I was with Memphis Neurology, but I was working in their South Haven, Mississippi clinic for Dr. Rahul Sonone. And they also had given me good documentation. I was working as doing nursely duties. I just couldn't sign off as a licensed nurse, and I couldn't do anything that that a person couldn't do without an MD supervision.
So you're testifying that in your role as a medical assistant that you practiced under MD supervision while at Memphis Neurology?
Yes, sir. Directly under Dr. Rahul Sonone.
Okay. And you said that you provided documentation regarding positive remarks from that employment. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Up until he got COVID and cut his hours, I had monthly employer evaluations from them. I also wanted to just add in there after my 90-day evaluation with them on how good they evaluated me and gave me a raise and made comments on I was a hard worker, and I did what I was supposed to be doing. I was not absent unless they made me leave, like during the time that the doctor tested positive for COVID. Of course, I had to leave as well and get tested. And that's back when the results were taking about 3 weeks to come in. But that would be my only absences. All that is documented in your binder. And Dr. Sonone did cut his hours once he got sick with COVID. And so they no longer really needed a full-time person, and I was one of the last ones hired in, so I was one of the first ones to go. So I started working with Olive Branch Family Medical under the understanding that if I did not get my LPN restored, they could not keep my employment, as they have to have an LPN due to the nurse practitioners.
Thank you. And so, Ms. Berry, on the employment evaluations you provided, I did notice that on every Memphis Neurology evaluation, which would include the months of March 2020 to August 2020, they're all filled out on August 24th, 2020. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir, that should be accurate. That's actually, I think August 25th was actually the day that, it was actually the day that they told me that Dr. Sinone's hours were going to be cut back so that they just were not going to be able to staff as many as they had.
So were the evaluations truly based on your performance for each corresponding time period, or were they in fact just filled out on August 24th and put to the board as a general statement?
Oh, no, sir. No, sir. When, I gave, her name was Rivers. I can't remember. Collison was her last name. She is a registered nurse. She was over all the medical assistants / me, whatever you wanted to call me at that time. And as soon as I got all my stuff together and started talking to Mr. Wesley with the board, I downloaded all the documents. I handed her all the documents. And for any months that were prior to me printing off my restoration, she went back and looked at all of the absentee stuff in the computer. She went back and she pulled all of my work, because everything, is in a system. She made sure that I didn't have anything, any, T's I forgot to cross, any I's I forgot to dot. She asked Dr. Sinone, how did I do since the day one I started there? And those are her true statements.
And all the while you were practicing while undergoing treatment with methadone. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And you've provided 2 employer evaluations for Olive Branch October and November 2020. They provided comments on performance. And would you agree that those comments were positive?
Yes, sir, I do. And also the Chief Administrating Officer, Ms. Heather Bell, also, she wrote 2 letters. One was to let you all know my job was contingent on this. And the second one was to let you all know, I guess, how they feel about me and my competency.
And just to clarify, Ms. Berry, you do understand that while the board appreciates the letter from your employer with regard to potential prospective employment, that in no way does the awarding of your license rest on the decision of your employment, right? Instead, that it is up to the discretion of this board hearing panel in making a determination that you're safe to return to employment. You understand that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. And so did you have any employment prior to 2019 with Memphis Neurology after you went to treatment in 2016? Any other employment in that 3-year period?
Yes, sir. It just wasn't medical. I worked from it was early off in 2018. I can't remember the exact month, but I started working for Murphy Oil Corporation. And I was actually the assistant store manager at the one in New Albany, Mississippi. I was there for 2 years. Even after I moved to DeSoto County in 2019, I still remained as a part-time employee to them. And so, yes, I have held employment since early on in 2018 all the way till now, even though I didn't get back in the medical field until 2020.
Thank you. And so then to cover the medical records that you provided today to the board, you have provided, it looks to be documentation from your current treatment facility. I believe you identified that as BHG. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
One moment, please.
Okay.
And in this correspondence from BHG, it says that Miss Marilyn Berry has been a patient since November 7th, 2016, and that you are on a dose of 120 milligrams of methadone. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is that the highest dosage of methadone legally available?
No,
Ms. Berry?
sir. No, sir.
Now, I believe
No,
you
sir.
tested.
There are some patients at our clinic, as I have been told, that are over 300 milligrams a day. The way that you have to go about that, though, is if you need to up your dosage, you have to go back before the physician. They have to do a blood test, and then like they do the blood test before you dose, and then you dose, and 4 hours later you come back and you get another dose, and then they can tell how well the methadone is helping you, and if it's just something that you're trying to get more of because you want it, or is it something that your body is actually metabolizing so fast that you need a higher dose. So no, sir. Actually, I've been told that I can go, I've been in it so long and I've been on this same dose for so long. They've even been asking me, do you need to, you want to see the physician and go up on your dose? Do you need to? And I said, no, I don't want to go up on it. I'm fine where I am. As long as I'm not triggered, craving drugs, and not handling my priorities, I do not want to go up. And so I have remained at the same dose.
So for 4 years now, you state that you have been on the medication-assisted treatment with methadone, correct?
That is correct.
And how often do you see an addictionologist with BHG?
Well, we can see the nurse practitioner as often as we want to. She comes, there's 3 clinics in Memphis, okay? And they're all ran by, or managed, overseen by the same medical doctor. His name is Dr. John O'Connell. And then there's a nurse practitioner under him, and her name is Jennifer. I'm not sure what her last name is, but they rotate through the 3 clinics in Memphis. So on different days, the nurse practitioner is at a different clinic in Memphis 2 days out of the week. So I'm in the South Clinic, which is closest to DeSoto County, and she's there every Thursday and Friday. I can see her anytime I want to. But as far as I have gotten in my sobriety and my compliance with them, she doesn't demand to see me except once a year, unless I have an issue and want to see her. But I had to work up to that.
So once a year, you were seeing a medical provider, and during the interim, I believe you stated I believe I read every 2 weeks you obtain medication. Is that correct? Or 28 days?
Yes, sir. But since I sent you that, Mr. Wesley, I have also graduated up to now, like I was telling you earlier. I have since I've been so compliant in all my years I've been in there, I just graduated up to getting instead of every 2 weeks worth of take homes, I get 28 days now. But I still have to comply with the call in and going for taking my medicines and the random drug screens. I still have to be compliant with all of that. I have just worked myself up in the years that I've been clean and the compliancy to now I can get more than 14 days take home. I get 28.
Thank you, Ms. Barrett. And would you also please describe the medical documentation you provided today from Mr. Thomas Barkley, first with identifying who is Mr. Thomas Barkley?
I will. Dr. Thomas Barkley is an internist in medicine in New Albany, my hometown. I've seen him since I was a little girl. And I wanted to go see him before I put my binder together for you all, because not only does Dr. Barkley know my entire history and everything that I have been through, but he also is not going to falsify documents and risk his license to help me. So I went to him and I said, can you just check me over? And all the times that you have seen me and known me and you know my history with drugs and everything, I need you to, if you feel that I'm safe mentally and physically and compliant and able and capable to take care of patients safely while taking methadone, I need you to please write something to the board. And so as he did on such short notice, I went in for a visit so this could happen on such short notice. He actually, instead of being able to put it in a letter, he put it in like the daily progress note, plan of visit note. But yes, he did. He says that he feels like that I am mentally competent and able and physically, and I am not a threat to anyone, as well as my employers have seen and think the same.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Berry. A few remaining questions regarding the methadone. Ms. Berry, have you ever practiced as a nurse on methadone?
No, sir, I have not, because I did not have my license since '09. And no, sir, because I got on the methadone in 2016. So I have not had my license to practice as a nurse, but I have been practicing, I guess you would just call it a medical assistant, but doing nursely duties under an MD.
So it would be fair to say then, Ms. Berry, the board has no evidence that you have practiced as a nurse successfully and safely while on methadone. Would that be fair?
That would be fair to say as a licensed nurse, yes, sir. But as nursely duties, I have.
And you readily acknowledge that methadone is in fact identified as a controlled 2 scheduled substance. Is that right?
Yes, sir, I do.
Would you further agree that some of the severe adverse reactions associated with methadone would include pulmonary edema, respiratory arrest, sleep apnea, seizures, ventricular fibrillation, cardiomyopathy, heart failure, cardiac arrest, opioid overdose? Would you agree that those are all potential adverse reactions associated with the drug methadone?
I would have to say I agree, sir, but I've been on it so long that I believe if I was going to have had one of those adverse reactions, it would have happened in the last 4 years. I've had no problems with this drug. As I did tell you, I tried Suboxone and we knew right off I had an allergy. So I do believe that if it was going to affect me adversely, it would have done so by now.
Yes, ma'am. And then lastly, would you agree that research on the cognitive effects of medication-assisted therapy on the recovering health professional, someone such as yourself, simply does not exist?
I have to take your word for that. But as I do know of nurses who are practicing formerly addicted, and that they are either on, matter of fact, there's another nurse in my treatment center that's on methadone and she practices every day. And I do know nurses that are on Suboxone, and which it has the same effects as methadone, but we do have no euphoric feelings. There is no high. So I feel that in the 4 years I've taken it, I've never been a threat to anyone, nor have I harmed anyone. And I've done nothing but better myself. And the time that I've been working in the medical field, I have been nothing but top notch in my job, as you can see.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And so that you don't have to take my word for it, Ms. Berry, I am referencing the Journal of Nursing Regulation article entitled Regulatory Management of Substance Use in High-Risk Nurse Populations, wherein the remainder of that phrase states that studies are needed to investigate the effects of methadone and buprenorphine maintenance management, especially regarding dose-dependent effects, because high to very high doses of both seem to have potential to ameliorate cognitive functioning. So it is your position today, Ms. Berry, that you are safe to practice on methadone. And we don't have the research, we don't have the your experience practicing nursing while on methadone. What other assurance can you offer this board that you are safe to return to practice the profession?
Well, as you'll see in my packet, there are several nurses that did affidavits for me. There are several respectable people that did affidavits for me. And I could have gotten more. But and then in the medical field that I have been practicing in, even though I haven't had the license in my hand, like I say, I have still had to make nursing decisions. I've still had to use my critical thinking skills. I've still had to, document. I've still had to follow doctor's orders. I have done everything that I would do as a licensed nurse, except maybe in the hospital setting because I am in a clinic, that I would still be doing if I got my license back. So, I just feel like that given the chance and the opportunity to prove myself, as long as I've been clean and as well as I'm doing, and you say we need studies. Well, who better? I mean, let me be your guinea pig. I mean, let me prove myself. I didn't get in trouble by stealing drugs from my job or taking my patients' medicines and stuff like that. I called you guys. I opened up. I was honest. And I just think that I deserve for you guys to see, just see and let me prove myself, because I know, and the people I work for know, that I have the abilities and the willingness to do this, and I'm going to do it right. And I can.
Do you have any plan to get off of the methadone?
Yes, sir, I do. If you can actually look this up too, most addictionologists will say that it goes by patient per patient basis. One addicted person is going to be different from the next addicted person, based upon how long they need to be on medications. When I entered the program and I saw the doctor in New Orleans, he told me that just based on my history and everything, that the drugs that I had in my system and things, that I was probably going to be one of those people that was just going to take a little bit longer of letting, me get through the process and show compliance and show being clean. And then I can slowly wean off, but that is neither drug, Suboxone or methadone is something you come off of and just say, I'm done. You would have to be medically monitored to detox. And yes, I have discussed it with my counselor about when did she think that I might could start weaning off. And to be honest with you, this was before I even sent my stuff to you or called you, that I had been talking about it. I think, and like I told you, Dr. Folks, Dr. Thomas Barkley, Dr. John O'Connell, they have all said that as long as I have been doing well, it's kind of like if something's broke, don't fix it. I'm at the state that I'm doing so well that I'm not ready to jump off in that water and jeopardize anything. I want to, they say it takes 5 solid years for addicted brain to recuperate. So I want to get past that 5-year mark and see, then can I start slowly weaning down. And of course, I will be under the direction. You don't just do it at home. So I would be watched, and I would have to go in every day to slowly detox down. I would not be allowed to do it at home. And then if I got to that phase and then they started doing that, and if I noticed we got down to a certain level and I decided, hey, I can't because the triggers are coming back or the cravings are coming back or whatever, I could let them know that. But at the point I'm at right now, I have done well for 4 years to to last month. So 4 years and a month. And I am a better mother than I've been in many, many years, a better wife, a better employee, a better person. And I just don't think that if it's not broken, why fix it right now when I am doing so well? But yes, I do not plan to be 50 or 60 and still on methadone.
My last question, I believe, Ms. Berry, would be rather the obvious follow-up to your statement. Why not simply wait until you have come off of the methadone to return to the nursing profession? Why now?
Because I know that I'm capable. I'm working in it. And I think that as long as I'm doing the nursely duties, I deserve the financing and the paid for my work. They hire me and they know that I have the nursing education. And so I'm put in a higher situation than just a basic MA, but I'm not compensated for it because I don't have my license. And not only that, but right now I am the sole provider for myself, my spouse, and my children. And as well as you all know, I mean, I'm getting MA pay, which is absolutely nothing. And I'm on government assistance because I can't even support my family. And I don't want to be on government assistance. And I went to school and I did all the hard work. And yes, I messed up. I'm a human. But I surrendered and admitted it. I have worked to fix it. And I didn't come to you in, 1 year clean. I didn't come to you 2 years clean. I didn't come with you 3. I have just now come to you guys and said, I'm ready.
And I do have to follow up because I think that it would perhaps concern the board slightly, your statement. You said that you've been elevated to duties more than a medical assistant, Ms. Berry. What duties are you performing that are elevated above a medical assistant?
Well, like for instance, like a medical assistant, education wise, I'm not talking about clinically, education wise, they don't know certain lab values. They don't know what's critical and what's not. They may not know when an EKG looks funny and it, needs to be, immediately presented before the MD. Things like that. That's what I'm talking about. No. Am I documenting as a licensed nurse? No, I am not. And an MD is behind me on everything I do or read or judge. But that's like I'm saying, they have backed me up and said, I have been nothing but doing my job top notch. And my abilities, I am more than capable.
And I hear what you're saying, Ms. Berry. I want to make sure that we're clear. Simply documenting is not the only way that you can perform at the level of a license, which you don't currently have.
Right.
If you are examining lab values in place of a licensed nurse, you may well be practicing nursing without a license. Do you understand that?
No, sir. What I'm saying is that I may read the lab value that comes across the computer. And like if one comes across the screen and let's say the MA sitting there, she may be like, what is that? And I'll say, well, this is what it is, but I still have to go show it to Dr. Hewling or Dr. Eldred because I'm not licensed. So they're going to have to read this and sign off on it. And an MA, you know, they may not, I'm not doing anything that I'm not supposed to do. They're not going to allow that. That's why they want me to have my license. I'm just saying I have the knowledge up here to know when something is off. If, just say, for instance, if I even have a patient in a room and I notice, like, let's say, for instance, the MA's in there getting the vitals and I just happen to walk in and, you know, an MA may not notice, hey, look, that lady's got, you know, 3+ pitting edema on her ankles. That's something you need to let that doctor know before he even comes in. I may notice that, you know, the O2 is too low. It's below 90. I need to tell the doctor we need some oxygen. An MA may not know that. That's the things I'm telling you, is that I have the knowledge to know when I need to go get an MD, and an MA may not know all of that. And so that's what I'm saying. I'm not practicing where I'm not supposed to be, but I have the knowledge because I used to practice and I went to school for it. And so I notice things. And so I use my skills and my education to know, hey, look, we've got to go get somebody, or we've got to let this doctor know right now. He needs to get in here, or he needs to pull that lab up on his computer ASAP.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Berry. I don't believe I have any more questions at this time.
Any questions from the board panel?
I just have one question for Ms. Hill. Ms. Hill.
Yes, ma'am.
Based on the fact that if you have not practiced nursing in almost 11 years, what precipitated you going to take a medical assistant course versus coming back to the Board of Nursing to get your LPN license?
Because what would I still, in the time frame that I wasn't practicing, like right now, I'm enrolled in online school for my bachelor's in healthcare management, because I was like, I don't know what's going to happen in my life. And then I finally got back into the medical field. I went to school to be a nurse because I want to be a nurse. I'm a caring, compassionate person, and I'm also intelligent. And I want to go further and bridge over and finish my RN, but I can't without my LPN. And this is what I want to do with my life. And also, I can't make the money as an MA as I can as a nurse to financially support my family. And that's, not the only reason I went into nursing back in 2003, because if you'll look back in 2003, LPNs didn't make any money then either. But these days they do. And I also, like I say, I want to finish school and get my RN. I want to prove to myself, to you all, to my children that, I am a good person. I've made mistakes, but I've overcome them, and I can get my license back, and I can go further with my education, and I can prove this to everybody and to myself. And I wish you all could just give me this opportunity. And also, it is a dream of mine to work in the addiction field, not only because I understand them, but because it interests me. Even when I was in nursing school, I loved psych. For some reason, I just love psych people. And so I want to work in the addiction field as a nurse, and I hope I can find that job someday. Because not only can I help them as a nurse, but I can help them from my testimony. I'm living proof that you can get out of it.
Ms. Hill, I just to make this very, very brief, because we've heard the information that you presented. As an LPN myself, I know that I would not look at a set of labs and sign off on them.
No, ma'am, I didn't sign. That's what I said. I didn't sign off on anything.
Ms. Hill, I'm just repeating what you stated to us. And so I'm trying to clarify that you understand that a medical assistant nor a nurse can sign off on any labs.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I was saying. I didn't sign off on anything. I said I was using my knowledge to know when I needed to take it to the doctor and say, hey, don't wait till this afternoon to look at this lab. Look at it. I have never signed off on a lab.
I'm just referring back to your statement as an LPN.
Yes, ma'am. But that's what I was trying to say. I have not done any duties or clinicals or documents or anything that I had to sign off as an LPN on. I just said from my knowledge of knowing back when I did practice and from my schooling and from looking at stuff and reading and furthering my education, I know when something needs to be taken to the doctor or the nurse practitioner ASAP instead of when they finally sit down at their desk at the end of the day. That's what I'm saying. I haven't signed off on anything. And there's proof of that.
So the last, and this is going to be a really, really simple answer that I'm going to ask for. It's going to be a yes or no answer. Medical assistants do the same procedures and operations as an LPN, such as medications, charting. You're doing the same job, just under a different name. Is that correct?
I would say that I'm doing the job of an MA right now. Yes, ma'am, I am, because that's all I can do. So yes, ma'am, I am, but a nurse practitioner, that's why they need me to get my license back to keep my job, because they have to hire an LPN because they have so many nurse practitioners, and nurse practitioners cannot give orders to MAs. We have to go get signed behind with an MD anytime there is an order given.
Thank you, Ms. Hill.
Any further questions from the board panel?
Ms. Hill, good evening.
Hello.
I'm Shirley Jackson. I have two questions.
Okay.
When you refer back to your meetings that you were going to and the members that were at the meeting, their information wasn't interesting to you, did you put forth an effort to let them know what your feelings were about your aspect of being there?
Yes, ma'am, I sure did. And as a matter of fact, I wish Judge Holworth had not retired. I tried to catch him before he did, because he actually would have told you that I was his first heroin addict on drug court that completed successfully, and that anytime people were talking about the funny jokes or whatever it was when they were getting high in the NA and AA groups, I'm the only one that stood up and said, I don't want to hear your war stories. Let's talk about how it tore our families apart. Let's talk about how we sold everything we owned. Let's talk about how our children are crying at night because we're not there. And nobody wanted to hear that. But I'm a lot older than most of the people that were in there too, ma'am. I'm fixing to be 43 next week, and most of them were in their 20s, and they think a lot of this is funny, and it's not. And that's what I wanted to get across to them. But New Albany is a little bitty town, and so that's why I got out of there on too. You know, they just don't offer a lot. And since I've been moved, I mean, it's just been awesome. And yes, I do give my testimony to many people, even patients in our clinic. I have given my testimony to.
Thank you.
I have a question. You said that you stopped going, or you weren't going to NAAA meetings because of the pandemic. Then the restrictions were lifted and things were opened up. Did you return?
Well, I did not return to those, but I still, like I said, at my treatment center, I have it. And then online, I was doing some things, some NA things, and giving my testimony. And I told you I was linking up to do the prison ministries so that I can get into that group, which is an AANA group that talks to female. Well, I'm a female, so I would only be able to talk to female inmates. And now I try to help them because I've been in their shoes. And so, yes, ma'am, I have tried to do other things, and I am doing other things. And as soon as they make it to where I can go into those buildings, that I'm going.
I have another question about, I keep going back to methadone, and we're sitting here as a panel, and we're talking to someone who had a heroin addiction and now is on methadone, which is a Schedule II controlled substance. And I have to admit to you, that gives me heartburn. But you haven't said how long you've been on methadone for 4 years.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a pretty lengthy time to stay on methadone. If you look anywhere, that is a long time to be on methadone. If we at some point give you your license back and you're still on methadone, you stay on it 4 years, we've got you on 60 months of drug screening, and all of a sudden you go off of your methadone, how do we know that you're not going to be back in the same type situation that got you into this trouble?
Well, that's what I'm saying to you. And like I just told you, that a lot of addictionologists will tell you that some patients are on these medications for 10 and 20 years. It's just based on the patient. But I'm not trying to justify that. But I am going to say that you have to give me credit for when I started my addiction. I called you guys. I surrendered because I didn't want to go to work high on drugs and hurt someone. I'm a loving person. I care about everybody, and all I want to do is help. And I feel like I am capable of doing that. And yes, if I ever felt like something like that was going to happen, just like before, I would notify you. And maybe in the next step, it would be that you guys would say, okay, look, if this is what's going on with you, then, you need to get back in treatment right now, or whatever the case may be, before it goes into a 9-year span of me not having my license anymore. But I feel, and I know you don't know me, but I feel that the people that wrote to you and did those affidavits that do know me, they all feel that I would be nothing but an asset to the nursing field, especially when I can help people who are in my shoes or are going down that road. Opioid addiction is a very serious problem. And like I just read to you from our paperwork, and I know you're a nurse practitioner, so you're way ahead of me, and I respect you as your decisions, but I just wish that you would give me the opportunity to just prove to you. That's all I ask. And just let me prove it. And then if I prove it, then, hey, y'all got a case study out of it and saw that, there's one. Because there's always that one that is the exception to the rule. And that's all I'm asking for. I don't have but about 20 more years to work anyway, and I'll be 65. So I'm just asking to be able to do what I love, do what I went to school for, help people who are headed down the wrong road as I once was, and get back into the field that I love and prove myself to you guys. That's all I ask.
No more questions.
Any further questions from the board panel? Council, any follow-up?
No follow-up.
At this time, we will begin with closing statements. Ms. Hill, you may proceed.
Like I just said to the nurse practitioner, I respect your all's education, your experience, and your judgment. I do, even if I'm not going to like it. But like I said, I've had 4 years, and I know the methadone thing kind of freaks people out. But I mean, the Suboxone drug is used all the time, and it's labeled as okay. And methadone is the same thing. It's just a different drug and it's actually been used longer. And I just don't want that to be the one thing that you guys hold against me. I just pray that you will give me this opportunity, as I have waited 4 years to come to you, and I have worked hard. And second to that, remember that I did surrender. I did call you when I had a problem, and I never endangered anyone's life. And the affidavits that you all have in front of you, please just read them, because those people have known me my whole life, and they have worked with me as a nurse. And so they know me then, they know me now, and they know what I've been through.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Mr. Bootsager.
One moment, if you will.
Certainly.
Ms. Hill today has provided a restoration application with the requisite amount of affidavits. She has completed multiple drug screens, all of which are negative, except for methadone. Ms. Hill has provided testimony regarding treatment that she has undergone and continues to undergo as part of her methadone assisted treatment. She has acknowledged that the methadone she takes is in fact a controlled substance, a Schedule II controlled substance. In fact, one could argue a mood-altering substance, not even argue it is a mood-altering substance. This board is charged with ensuring that the nurses that deliver care do so with appropriate safety and competency. Particularly at issue today, I would identify for the board 2 areas. Number one, Ms. Berry has not practiced as a nurse since approximately 2009. Should you all feel that she is fit to return to the practice of nursing, I implore you to stipulate the requisite educational requirements that would in fact get her up to speed. Secondly, public safety regarding a sober nurse. Ms. Hill was required, per her order, to submit documentation of 1 year of sobriety. Ms. Hill or Ms. Berry has provided evidence that she has been sober from heroin. However, she is not sober from methadone. I must yield to the board's discretion today in making a judgment of whether her continued reliance on a Schedule II controlled substance is in conflict with the safety necessary for practicing the privilege that is the practice of nursing. Certainly, if you do feel that Ms. Berry can return to practice, I would once again implore you to have Ms. Berry submit to a chemical dependency assessment from a board-approved assessor, along with supervision. A nurse out of practice for 11 years, never having practiced the profession while on methadone raises concerns. And only if you feel that she is safe to return to the practice, only in that instance, I would implore you to place probation with supervision, drug screening, and of course, the chemical dependency assessment and compliance with any recommendations that may result therefrom. I ask that you consider all evidence today with one thing in mind, and that is the protection of the public. That those persons that will be receiving nursing care will do so from a sober, competent, caring professional. Thank you.
This time I entertain a motion for the board to go into closed determination to determine whether executive session is necessary.
I'll second.
Been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. License number 3201.
I'll second as well.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. The board will now exit into executive session to deliberate on this matter.
We are back on the record. I will now entertain a motion to return to regular session.
A motion?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. We are now back in regular session. Following deliberation by the board panel on license number P320102, the board panel renders the following decision. Reinstatement denied with drug-related recommendations to include random drug screens, chemical and psychological evaluations, legal and ethical courses, in addition to substance abuse courses. A copy of this order will be mailed to the licensee. There's nothing further. Ms. Hill, you are excused.
Can I ask you, what does that mean?
What does what mean, Ms. Hill?
I mean, like, what, I don't understand, like, what you're saying.
You made application for restoration of your license, correct?
That's correct.
The board panel decided to deny that with the recommendations that I just mentioned.
Okay, so if I do those recommendations, then when can I don't, when do I,
That will be spelled out to you in the order that will be mailed to you.
okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So who's next?
So what we talked about doing next is we've got Takenya Singleton and then we have Miss Wilbanks. And they both are going to enter a plea of guilt. And so Edward and I were visiting that we can do Takenya and then go right into Wilbanks and then you guys can deliver. And then if you wanted to, we could even do the publications and then deliberate all at once.
So just basically putting both of the Singleton and.
Not at the same time, but back to back.
Okay, so it's on different motions, just back to back. Okay.
Singleton is first.
Yes.
Okay. That last number, it started with 60 and ended with what?
65. Yeah, we're talking about supper for everybody. So I was like, I don't.
Can one of y'all get her to email me this exhibit? I cannot find it, or if she can tell me. I think I've looked through them all and I do not have it.
Wilbanks.
Wilbank. Do what?
Wilbanks.
I'll get Rochelle to do that.
Yeah, I'm still having a hard time finding that one.
Okay. Can you do me a favor? Yep. Yes, you're still here. I got an email from Lisa McKay too. She wants clarification on the recommendation. You know, we adopted the work, you guys adopted the work recommendations except for number 6.
Yeah.
What question is that in number 2, it's saying that the recheck, he would have to go back to Pine Grove at a cost of $4,000. She was wanting to see if, and for clarification, if it would be acceptable for him to go to Miss Glaze, because he would have to take off work because it's a week, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know what y'all want to do, but that's what she's emailing me. What's in it?
And we're still on mute, correct?
Do what? Okay.
We're back.
We have 2 matters remaining. We will take them in turn back to back. The first matter regarding license number R 901359. At this time, I'll ask the board members to introduce themselves.
Sandra Culpepper, LPN.
Shirley Jackson, LPN.
Teresa Stanford, nurse practitioner.
My name is Edward Wiggins. I'll be serving as the hearing officer today. Is the licensee present?
Yes.
Please state your name.
To Kenya Singleton.
Are you represented by an attorney, Ms. Singleton?
No, sir.
You understand you have the right to be represented by an attorney?
Yes, I do.
You also understand you have the right to present witnesses and evidence on your behalf?
Yes, I do.
You also understand you have the right to cross-examine any witnesses who may testify against you?
Yes, sir.
And finally, you understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf?
Yes.
The hearing will proceed as follows. We'll have opening statements. The licensee will be allowed to present their case to the board, followed by the state presenting their case. Once both sides have presented, closing statements will be allowed. The board will make findings of fact and conclusions of law and will render its decision in the matter, a copy of which will be mailed to the licensee. I ask at this time that witnesses be sworn in.
Yes. To Kenya Singleton.
Ms. Singleton,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this call is to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
For the record, there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. The board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. Do we have any preliminary matters, Ms. May?
Yes, we have 2 preliminary matters before the panel today. The first is that at this time, the state would move exhibits B1 through B14 be admitted into the record.
Ms. Singleton, do you have any objection to any of these exhibits?
No, sir.
They are admitted. Ms. May?
Secondly, my understanding after conferring with Ms. Singleton is that she intends to plead guilty to the allegations as outlined in the complaint that is entered into evidence exhibit B5.
Is that the case, Ms. Singleton?
Yes, it is.
Ms. May?
So with her guilty plea, the state would rest on its pleadings, allow Ms. Singleton have the opportunity to present her case, and the state would reserve the right to cross-examine at the appropriate time.
All right, thank you. Ms. Singleton, you have the floor. You may proceed.
As the opening statement, I would just like to introduce myself as Kenya Singleton, home address 102 South Avenue, Crystal Springs, Mississippi. I have been in the nursing field since 1998. I have only been a nurse practitioner for 5 years. This is my very first time in all of these years of my nursing having any disciplinary action. And I would like for the board to take that into consideration when setting out my discipline action. Thank you.
You
have anything further, you may proceed.
Okay. I understand that ignorance of the law, it is not acceptable, and that is why I entered as a guilty plea. I was unaware that I need to have collaborating physicians for each site, and that's where this all comes to play. I've always had a collaborator, but not for the particular site that's in question today. As far as the documentation, there were some personal issues with the owner of Specialty Healthcare, and I was unable to retrieve those documents from her. She has since died, since Mr. Wiley has made his field visit. The owner of Specialty Healthcare has died. The mother and husband had some issues, and the business is now closed. Some other entities were also unable to receive records from their, receive records or make field visits and do audits and such. So I just would like to say that no intention on my part did I prescribe medication, controlled substances to any of my patients without any documentation. It's just that I was unable to retrieve that documentation. And being unaware that I need a collaborative physician for tender care nursing is not acceptable, and I understand that. I just would like for you, the board, to take in consideration, as I said before, that I have never had any disciplinary action. Since that time, I am back now working at the VA Medical Center in primary care as a provider. I have also taken courses for controlled substances, and I am totally in agreement and understanding with the opiate crisis. And I will make sure that I am always conscious of caring for my patients and my community as it comes to the opiate crisis and other medications. I would like to thank the board for being a consumer agency and assisting us and making sure that we all take care of our patients and our loved ones. I will take any recommendations with open arms, and I pray that you all will show lenience on me once again, because this is my very first time in almost 25 years of ever having a disciplinary action. Thank you for your time and your thoughts.
Thank you, Ms. Singleton. Ms. May, do you have any questions for Ms. Singleton?
Yes, Ms. Singleton, you pled guilty to the charges outlined in the complaint that is now Exhibit B5 that's admitted into the record. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and by that plea of guilt, you are pleading guilty to charge 1, Section 731529, 1 subsection F, and that you have negligently or willfully violated an order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to nursing practice, specifically Administrative Code Part 2840, Rule 1.4C, and that an APRN shall practice in a collaborative relationship with the Mississippi Licensed Physician of Compatible Practice, and Rule 1.5B3, and that an APRN who prescribes controlled substances shall maintain complete patient records. Is that
Yes.
correct, that you are pleading guilty to that charge?
Yes, Ms. May.
Okay, and then charge 2, you are pleading guilty to having violated Section 731529 of the Mississippi Code 1 subsection E, and that you have negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of nursing practice. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then finally, you are pleading guilty to having violated Mississippi Code annotated Section 731529, 1 subsection L, and that you engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely the Administrative Code Part 2820, Rule 1.2 CC, and that you inappropriately prescribed controlled substances by an advanced practice registered nurse.
Yes.
Specifically, Ms. Singleton, and specifically, you practice as an advanced practice nurse and you prescribed hydrocodone to patient M 10 times during the months of November 2017 and February 2017, in February 2019 without a collaborating physician, without maintaining patient records, and without registering an approved practice site.
And that those dates were through, not all in 1 month, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
During the months, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And then in count B, you admit guilt to practicing as an advanced practice nurse, prescribing hydrocodone to patient C 11 times during the months of November 2017 and February 2019 without a collaborative physician, without maintaining patient records, and without registering an approved practice site.
Yes.
Okay. And you are before the board pleading guilty and asking that they allow you to continue with APRN privileges?
Yes, please.
Well, I want to draw your attention to Exhibit B8 and Exhibit B9. Let me know when you have those exhibits readily available, please.
Okay.
Okay. In Exhibit B8, do you agree with me that Exhibit B8 is confirmation from the Board of Medical Licensure that states that Dr. Truly did not collaborate with you at any time?
I was unaware that he was not my collaborative for tender care nursing. And we did have conversation, but obviously we weren't on the same page.
Okay, so then it's your testimony then by your conversation with Dr. Truly that constituted a collaborative agreement to you?
Yes.
Okay.
But
And
not for, I'm sorry.
go ahead.
The practice site that's in question is tender care nursing.
Right.
I've had several collaborative physicians during that time, but he was not for tender care nursing. Yes, ma'am. I agree.
Because I want to make sure I understand that you understand what a collaborative agreement is and the requirement that you have to have that collaborating physician. Do you understand that requirement?
I do now. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking that, you said I do now, but you just testified, right, that you had other collaborating physicians with other practice sites.
Let me rephrase that. When I say I do now. During those times, I had more than one job. So those sites ensured that there was proper documentation in writing. It wasn't anything verbal. It was in writing. The collaborative physicians that I had during those times, we had written agreement. We both had a contract, I guess you could call it, a written agreement. So yes, I do understand.
Okay. Is it fair to say those other facilities administration handled that for you?
Yes, they did.
Okay. All right. Because again, going to Exhibit B9, Ms. Singleton, you do see here that in Exhibit B9, this is a letter, is it not, from Dr. Truly stating
Yes,
he is not a collaborative physician, has never been in a collaborative relationship with you.
yes, it is.
Okay. All right. All right. And then just some final questioning on your statement before the board panel has the opportunity to ask questions. Exhibit B6, Ms. Singleton. I want to go specifically to page 2 of your statement.
Okay.
And this is your handwriting, is it not?
It is.
Okay. And you met with Mr. Floyd Wiley, who is an APRN investigator with the board, did you not?
I did.
Okay. And you did that personally on October 7, 2019, approximately 4:44 p.m., did you not?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm looking on the second page and I'm looking at about the 4th and 5th line. And I want to make sure I get clarification on this statement that you made. you state, I have seen approximately 30 patients while in service. Did you mean tender care or did you mean, what did you mean?
I do not recall. At that time, Miss May, I was extremely nervous. I was at work when he visited me on that particular site. I was at another job discussing this matter, and I do not recall. I was very nervous. So I do not remember at all, do not recall at all.
Okay, because you also say on the same page that tender care was started in 2010 prior to you becoming an FNP.
2010, Tender Care received its name and a tax ID number, but it was not in use, I guess I should say.
Okay, but you would agree with me with Exhibit B7 having been admitted that tender care was dissolved effective April 23rd, 2018, would you not?
That was because I didn't respond. Yes, I saw that.
Okay, so you would agree with me then it was dissolved on that day, on April 23rd, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. I'm curious as well, same page on your statement, back to Exhibit B6. Ms. Singleton, you stated, and I believe it's the last line, when you stated that none of which I received constant revenue or reimbursement from insurance companies. Can I just ask how you were paid? We can't hear you.
That is I was in an agreement with Specialty Healthcare.
Okay, so you weren't personally paid any money?
No, ma'am.
You never, no patient while you were under tender care gave you any money?
No, I never received any money.
Okay, all right, well then look at the last page of your statement, because it's curious to me if again, you're saying you're under specialty care. The first statement on the page 3 says that records were kept and maintained in your house and were filed in a fireproof cabinet. Do you agree with me? That's what you wrote?
Yes, that is my handwriting.
Okay, so can you explain that?
Well, since that day, the records were moved to Specialty Healthcare.
And again, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, but I want to make sure that the board can understand what you're saying today and then what you submitted to the board back in 2019. Because if you look at exhibit, and I want us to go to exhibit B12A. All right, let me know when you're there.
Okay.
Okay, if you go to B12A, would you agree with me that this is a subpoena to Specialty Healthcare asking for patient records for CJ and MC?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, and you will note at the bottom, you see where there's an asterisk there?
Yes.
Okay, would you agree with me that it states, as we told you, these have never been patients of specialty care?
I do see that.
And then if you go to the second page of B12A, the actual subpoena, would you agree with me that above my name where it says Brett B. Thompson May, that it states not our patients and never have been?
And so my statement and her statement, her word goes against my word.
Okay, So you're stating that your testimony is that they had these records.
Those records were at Specialty Healthcare. That company is now dissolved as well.
So again, that contradicts your statement that the records were kept and maintained in your home in a fireproof cabinet.
That was on October 7th. This subpoena is dated March 2020. Those records were moved prior to this subpoena being sent to Specialty Healthcare. The patients were not Specialty Healthcare patients. They were tender care nursing patients. I was using that office a lot.
Okay.
I did not have a written lease agreement. We were friends. She and I were friends.
So basically, the statement that you made in your written statement that you kept and maintained them in your home, that's not true.
It is true because on that date, that's where they were.
Okay. Okay. All right. And then finally, Ms. Singleton, Exhibit B11, B11A and B11B.
B11A.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
You would agree with me that these prescriptions that were written on a prescription pad that has the name Tender Care Nursing with the Kenya Singleton and then your DEA number listed there.
That is correct.
Okay. And you'll agree with me that the date, the first one on 11A, 2/14/19, that's after Tender Care had dissolved through the Secretary of State, correct?
Correct.
Okay. As well as each and every exhibit contained in 11A and in 11A. Would you agree with me on that?
On B11A.
On 11A, that these prescriptions that are submitted, you wrote on the prescription pad of Tender Care, and the dates reflect they were outside of the date that the business had dissolved, which was 2018.
That's correct.
Okay. And then again, Exhibit B11B just shows that the 10 prescriptions that you wrote for Marcus Coleman while you operated Tender Care. That be accurate?
Yes.
And then the same questioning and testimony, then we could go with B10A and B. You would agree then that B10A are copies of prescription with Tender Care letterhead, and then B10B is the prescription profile where you prescribed to CW. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So after all of this, Ms. Singleton, and you have been an APRN for 5 years.
Yes, ma'am.
How can you expect the board to consider allowing you to practice with a free and clear license, given that you prescribed medication to individuals without maintaining patient records, without having a collaborative physician, under a company name that had since dissolved, and you cannot even produce the patient? You say there's records, but you can't even produce anything to show that you saw them except for a prescription. How can you expect the board to allow you to practice without having some restriction or perhaps even revoke your license?
Since then, I have taken multiple CEUs. I have collaborated with physicians and other nurse practitioners that I know that this is not acceptable at all. I came out of nurse practitioner school thinking that, hey, I just get this business and this is what I'm going to do. I did not do that correctly. I did not do it correctly. Would not ever recommend what I've done to anyone. I have no intentions on ever doing any of that anymore, not having my own business, not assisting anyone in their business at all. My intention is to stay at the GV Sonny Montgomery Medical Center and practice there as a provider And I don't ever intend on coming outside of those doors to practice as an APRN, ever. And I would really need my license and be able to practice fully at the VA Medical Center. Outside of that, no.
Who was responsible for your license and making sure all rules, regulations are maintained and abided by?
I am. And my ignorance on the nursing law does not take away what my actions were. And that's why I have pled guilty, because nothing I can say can undo the exhibits that have been presented here today. I am guilty of everything that you have mentioned, and I can only ask the board to understand that I have no intention on ever doing anything under anybody's name, business name, under anybody's business name, ever again, ever. If it is not a veteran at GV Sonny Montgomery Medical Center, I can't give you a piece of bubble gum. And I mean it wholeheartedly. I can't write anything. And my patients now will tell you that. My coworkers will tell you that. I have talked to I have 7 collaborating physicians now at the VA that have been very good with teaching me, showing me the ropes, other nurse practitioners that have been teaching me. I came out of school and I had this big facade that I was going to heal the world and I was going to do this and I was going to do that. And I did not. My ignorance has gotten me in the position that I am today.
And Ms. Singleton, I appreciate that, but I do have maybe one more follow-up question. You're given the opportunity to supply any mitigating evidence or any character reference letters on your behalf. You mentioned some CEUs, but basically today, all you have to provide the board that you are a safe practitioner and that you won't do this again is your word. Isn't that right?
That's correct. And the reason why I did not submit anything, because my intention was to retain counsel, was to bring an attorney with me. That was my original plan. Well, that plan fell through. I was not able to afford counsel. The dates with between life happens, COVID happens, and I know that's once again not an excuse, but I just was not able to meet the deadline, and that's all on me. That's all on me. So I'm just here today to say that I am trustworthy, even though my actions in the past have not shown that. I've learned from what I've gone through, what I've done. And I have done CEUs, CMEs, I've been to classes, everything I have done all of that. And I am willing to do even more to prove to the board that I am worthy of keeping my license and being able to continue to provide care.
No further questions.
Any questions from the board panel? Any follow-up, counsel?
1 moment to make sure. Thanks.
Ms. Singleton, if you have a closing statement, you may make it at this time.
I would just like to ask the board for my forgiveness. I am grateful that no one was harmed. I am also grateful that I have learned from this experience, and I am willing to learn even more through the board's recommendations. so that I can become a even better practitioner. And as I stated before, I have done continuing education. I have done CMEs. I have been collaborating. I have mentors now that are showing me the right way. I just would like to be able to continue to practice at the VA, not outside the VA. If the board wants to do something with that where I can't, I would be gracious for that. But I would like to continue in my role that I have at the VA right now. And I would just, like I said, I'll just ask for forgiveness. And I am thankful for the board. And I don't ever want to see the board again unless it's at Walmart. This is the most horrifying and the most embarrassing thing I've had to do in my life. And I just want to once again tell you all, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Singleton. Ms. May?
Yes. Ms. Singleton pled guilty, and in pleading guilty and given the testimony and evidence before the board panel today, it is clear and convincing that Ms. Singleton violated the Nurse Practice Act as well as violating our administrative code, particularly the advanced practice portions of the administrative code, along with inappropriately prescribing controlled substances by an advanced practice nurse. You've heard Ms. Singleton testify that she has never done anything like this before, and perhaps the board should take that into consideration. But the other thing the board should take into consideration is that, Ms. Singleton did not provide any mitigating evidence to suggest that she can appreciate and understand her responsibility as an APRN licensee, the responsibility that she have a collaborating physician, the responsibility that if she is practicing at a practice site, that it be registered with the Board of Nursing site. She does not appreciate that when she was writing prescriptions on a business that had been dissolved, that was okay. There are records that are still not accounted for that, quite frankly, could lend itself to HIPAA violations. Ultimately, the decision for the panel is not Singleton's guilt, but it is what to impose against her license. And the state would just offer, given these allegations and given the plea of guilt to these allegations, that this board has the right to impose whatever sanctions it deems necessary and proper against her APRN and RN license. Because ultimately, the protection of the public, as she admits that she is currently working at the VA, that absolutely should be of the board's paramount concern at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. May. Ms. Singleton, that will to conclude the hearing portion for your matter today. We do have another matter that we will need to take up, and we will consider both matters at the same time. You are welcome to remain on the line if you so desire, and we will come back with a decision once we have completed the hearing for the other matter.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. 85379. At this time, I will ask the board members to introduce themselves.
Sandra Culpepper, LPN.
Shirley Jackson, LPN.
Teresa Stanford, nurse practitioner.
My name is Edward Wiggins. I will serve as a hearing officer today. Licensee present. Ms. Wilbanks, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Please state your name.
Tiffany Wilbanks,
And what is your address, Ms. Wilbanks?
260 Highway 364, Boonville, Mississippi, 38829.
All right, thank you very much. The hearing will proceed as follows. We'll have opening statements. The licensee will be allowed to present their case, followed by the state. Any questioning of witnesses will start with direct examination, cross-examination, any redirect, and finally with questions from the board panel. At the conclusion of the presentation of both sides, closing statements will be allowed. The board will make findings of fact and conclusions of law and will render its decision in the matter, a copy of which will be sent to the licensee. Ms. Wilbanks, are you represented by counsel?
No, sir.
You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel?
Yes, sir.
You also understand you have the right to present witnesses and evidence on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
Do you also understand you have the right to cross-examine any witnesses who may testify against you?
Yes, sir.
Finally, do you understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
All right, at this time, I ask that all witnesses be sworn in.
Tiffany Wilbanks.
Yes.
Wilbanks, would you raise your right hand to be sworn in, please, ma'am? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
For the record, a quorum is present. Remind everyone that these hearings are open to the public. The board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. Are there any preliminary matters, Ms. May?
Yes, there are three, actually. The first is on the complaint, marked Exhibit B5, specific to marked Exhibit B5, the second page, where it reads subsection B, and where you see the date 5/7/2020. At this time, the state would make a motion, which I visited with Ms. Wilbanks, which she's in agreement, that 5/7/2020 should be changed to 2/27/2020. And the evidence, which will be admitted shortly, will substantiate this oral motion to change that date.
Do you have any objection to that motion, Ms. Wilbanks?
No, sir.
Secondly, the state would move exhibits B1 through B14 be admitted into evidence.
Do you have any objection to any of the exhibits, Ms. Wilbanks?
No, sir.
And then finally,
They are admitted.
pardon me, excuse me. And then finally, after conferring with Ms. Wilbanks, the state is under the understanding that she will plead guilty to all allegations found in the complaint, which has been duly admitted as Exhibit B5.
Is that the case, Ms. Wilbanks?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. At this time, Ms. Wilbanks, if you have an opening statement, you may make it at this time.
Okay. In regards to my probation, I would just like to say that the terms of my probation were to be for 12 months and had some restrictions where I had to have a RN present in the facility that I worked in. And the facility that I obtained employment at was a long-term care facility, and that I was able to, only able to obtain a part-time position there, where I was instructed to work in several different places to fill in when needed, so that my job wasn't always the same. But I guess I'll have a chance to go through all that in detail as far as through the complaints later. But I would just like to say that it wasn't a job that I was used to having or a job that I'd done before.
Right, thank you, Ms. May.
We'll wait its opening statements.
Ms. Wilbanks,
Yes, sir.
you may proceed with your case.
Okay. In regards to the reports for the positive drug screens, in May, I think it was May 8th and June the 15th, I was not aware that the drug screen was positive for tramadol until after the June 15th date. When I saw in May that the results said positive, I called and left a message for Ms. Rucker to try to find out why it said that. I never got any explanation to that, and was not aware that I had consumed anything that would cause me to be positive. After the 6/15 drug screen, I spoke to one of the physicians at the lab. He called me and let me know that the specimen was positive for tramadol. Like I said, I was not aware that I had taken that medication. I think in one of the statements I sent after that incident, it sort of explained what happened. During that time, the facility I worked at is a long-term care facility. We had several, I'd say about 90% of our residents were positive for COVID. And I had abscess in my mouth for a tooth. I was taking Tylenol, ibuprofen for that. Because I was exposed to COVID every day at work, I was unable to go to a dentist without quarantining myself for 14 days prior. Like I said, I was taking the ibuprofen and the Tylenol. After I was aware that my drug screen was positive for tramadol, the only conclusion I can come to is that the medications in my home were combined in a bottle. My husband did have a prescription for tramadol at one time for his knee that he took that and ibuprofen for when he has flare-ups. He does a job where he climbs cell phone towers and he has flare-ups from time to time. Like I told Miss Rucker, apparently since it showed up in my drug screen, I must have ingested it, but I certainly wouldn't have taken it on purpose. And especially over that amount of time, I ended up pulling the tooth myself at home after the swelling went down, and the pain went away after that. But that's the only explanation I have as to why that would show up in my drug screen. because I certainly wouldn't take anything that would jeopardize my probation with the Board of Nursing. And then, of course, you can see in all of the documentation that, I checked in when I was supposed to. I took the screens when I was supposed to, was compliant with that. And if I'd have knowingly taken that medication, then, I would have known ahead of time what would happen. And like I said, I didn't know if I took it. And then as far as the negative employer reports, I'm trying to see exactly what days those were on. One of them involved a resident who, let me see here. The first one on 12/18 involved it said substandard work quality. That particular day, I was tasked with performing wound care to the residents. I was in a room treating one of the residents, and that resident's spouse came to the room as I was leaving and asked to be put in bed. Myself and another employee who was a NAT, not a certified CNA, she was a new hire there. It was right at the end of my workday, it was shift change, and we were going to help this resident get in bed. I asked her, I said, how did they get you in bed? And she said, they just moved me from my wheelchair to my bed. So that's what me and the other employee attempted to do. When we stood her up, her knees buckled, and I stood behind her to support her so she wouldn't fall until the other employee went and got a mechanical lift to help us put her in bed. The violation occurred because we did not use the lift in the first place. I will say that I had not been trained on this equipment, and that I was unaware that the resident needed the equipment. So that was the reason I was, that discipline took place at my employer. The second discipline occurred because I was working a shortened shift. I was working a night shift, which normally runs from 11 p to 7 a. I agreed to come in until 5 a.m., in which another nurse was going to come in early to take my place so that I could get home before my children needed supervision, because my husband leaves at 6. That shift, a resident was trying to pull himself up in the bed and pushed a call light, and it did not work. He was unable to get himself pulled up enough in the bed alone, and he slid himself off in the floor. When we discovered him, we followed the protocol, got him up with the lift, and took his vital signs. And that particular night, there was no one there besides myself and another RN who was working the same shift, us and some CNAs. And I needed to ask the management about details to put in the incident report. Since no one was there and I had to leave at 5 a.m., I was going to wait till they got there and call them and ask them what to do. But since I did not do the report before I left, that's what that incident was for. And then the one that involved medication administration, That particular incident, I was working a medication cart on a hallway. I had just left a room where I had administered some breathing treatments, some multi-use breathing treatments to a resident. When I got back to the cart, another resident had a alarm, like a standing alarm for when they got up out of their wheelchair or bed that goes off to prevent falls. It went off, in a room close to where I was. The medications I had in my hand that I was about to return to the cart, which were the inhalants, multi-use inhalants. I laid them on the cart and proceeded to try to reach the resident that was about to fall. That particular incident, I was in violation because I did not put the medications inside the cart before walking away. It was not something that I meant to do. It was just a reaction. I just had what I had in my hand. I just laid it down and went to try to keep the other resident from falling in the floor. And that was the reason I was reprimanded in that instance. As far as those are my explanations as to why these incidents occurred. I will say that I tried to be in compliance with the board's order. Did not mean for any of this to happen. Like I said, this particular facility I worked at, I was doing multiple jobs every day. They have 4 different hallways with different medication carts and about 100 residents. It was hard to go from job to job different days and try to keep up and do that job as well as the nurse who did it every day does it. It was not something that I was used to doing, but I tried to take the hours that I was given as a part-time nurse and use them the best I could. It was not without mistakes. I am, like I said, I'm a human. I tried hard to do what I was supposed to do, but I did make some mistakes. That nobody was harmed in these mistakes. Like I said, the first one was only because I did not use the correct equipment, and the resident was not harmed. The second time, the resident was not harmed, and nobody was harmed the third time. And it was not anything intentional that I did. It was a human mistake that it happened. I think it could happen to anybody, especially if it's you're trying to do a job that you're not used to doing every day, and you're trying to keep up at a fast-paced job where you're responsible for 30 plus residents that you don't know and that you don't deal with every single day. But as I feel like the worst thing in these reports are those positive drug screens. I will say that I did not intentionally consume anything that would be in violation of my order. That was one of the reasons I did not seek dental help because of my abscess tooth. Like I said, I couldn't go get treated unless I was quarantined for 14 days prior to being around positive COVID patients. I was lucky to never catch COVID. I was tested multiple times while the residents had it, but also due to the nature of my order, I was afraid that if I went to the dentist, that they would want to prescribe or give me something that would go against the board's orders. And I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to give the board any reason to think that, I was not, trying to comply. That's why I took over the counter medications and, tried to just tough it out. And like I said, ended up just pulling the tooth at home myself after the swelling went down. And like I said, I would never take anything on purpose that would jeopardize my livelihood and my profession that I have a lot of respect for. I try my best to be a good nurse. And I think if you asked any of the patients or residents that I've cared for, they would say that. I think I'm a very compassionate person and a very caring person. I feel like it's my life's work to care for others with love. I do it at home. I have a husband and 4 children, and I do it at work. That's what I do. I take care of people. But it doesn't mean that I'm not human and I don't make mistakes. Like I said, I tried, I tried to comply with the board's order. And I feel like that, life happens and that everybody's human and everybody makes mistakes. And I didn't do anything intentionally to violate that. And I did not do anything to try to harm anybody. And I didn't harm anybody. But anyway, thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Wilbanks. Ms. May?
Yes. Ms. Wilbanks, you acknowledge that you pled guilty to the charges outlined in Exhibit B5. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you are stating on the record that you willingly admit to violating Mississippi Code annotated Section 7315-29-1F, and that you negligently or willfully violated an order of the board, and that specifically references your refusal to follow June 5, 2019 final order of the board based on the positive drug screens for tramadol 5/8/2020 and 6/15/2020, as well as having received negative employer reports from Tishomingo Manor on 12/18/2019, 2/27/2020, and then on May 7, 2020.
Yes, I admit that those occurrences happened, and I cannot dispute the positive drug screens. I'm sure that the laboratory is accurate. I wouldn't know how to dispute that. Like I said, I didn't knowingly consume the medication, and I didn't willfully violate that, but I cannot dispute that it happened.
Go with me now to Exhibit B6. Let me know when you are ready to proceed.
B6. Okay, I'm sorry. There's just a lot of paper here. Okay.
With me that Exhibit B6 is the final order dated June 5, 2019, in which you signed agreeing to certain terms.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then would you further agree with me on page 4 of 9 of your agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
And actually it starts on the bottom of page 3 of 9 into page 4 of 9, that you agreed to accept the penalties as outlined in the law, the Nurse Practice Act, as a condition to continuing practicing as a nurse.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you understand that you met with the compliance officer and actually initialed each paragraph as your understanding and acknowledgement that this is what you would abide by while you were under this order. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And on page 6 of 9, it does state, and you agreed to abstain from addictive substances, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then preceding that, page 5 of 9, you agreed to submit employee reports and quarterly reports specific to the administration of medication. Do you agree with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the complaint references drug screens and negative employee reports. I want to go to B9. And if you would just go to page 3 of B9, Ms. Wilbanks.
Okay.
Okay. I just want to point out on B9 that you explained from your point of view why you received this counseling that was dated 2/27/2020, but the actual incident was 2/26/2020. And this is dealing with a resident falling and that no incident report was completed. You will agree with me that you did sign acknowledging receipt of this employee warning report, would you not?
Yes, ma'am.
And you signed that on 2/27/2020, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On B9B, I just want to acknowledge or ask you, do you acknowledge having signed this negative employer report that's dated 12/18/2019, referencing transferring a resident without proper equipment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I further want to point out, Ms. Wilbanks, again, I know you provided an explanation today, but you do acknowledge on both the incident report dated 2/27/2020 and again on 12/18/2019, there is an explanation of statement that you could have provided. You agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
But it's blank. Would you agree with me?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so by your signature, you acknowledged that those incidences did occur. Would you agree?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
And then finally, B9C, you signed acknowledging there were concerns with medication administration and that you would have a 30-day probationary period. That's your signature, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, I say all of that to say, the original agreement that was made final June 5th, 2019, you entered into that agreement as a result of narcotic discrepancies for documentation, administering, and documentation for wasting. Would you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And further, you signed this agreement having a positive screen for Xanax, to which you did not have a prescription.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And now you're before the board asking that they believe that you took tramadol thinking it was Tylenol.
Yes, ma'am. I am saying that if I ingested the tramadol, I did not know that's what I was ingesting.
I'm just curious, what was the shape of the pill?
They were, both the ibuprofen and the tramadol are small, round, white pills.
Okay, well, I thought your statement stated that it was Tylenol.
Like I said, I took both Tylenol and ibuprofen during that time. I did not, until after I spoke with Miss Rucker and the physician from the lab and found out that it was positive and, investigated it home. I didn't know, what it looked like or, how it happened.
Okay. And are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
And where?
I still am employed at Tishomingo Manor, part-time, but I haven't been able to work due to budget. During the COVID outbreak, we lost around 30 residents, and we're budgeted for over 100, and we have about 70. So part-time people are not needed at this time. The full-time people are having to work shorter work weeks.
And when was the last time you worked there?
In September.
And I want to make sure I understand your statement, Ms. Wilbanks, and I may be paraphrasing a bit, but I believe I understood you to say that you're human, you made a mistake, but because no patient was harmed, that no harm, no foul. Is that basically what you're saying?
No, ma'am. I'm not saying that I did not make a mistake. I'm saying that it was not an intentional mistake, and it was not an intention to violate my order. It was all three occurrences at work were, I believe, were honest mistakes. It was not something I knowingly did on purpose and to violate either the company policy or the Board of Nursing policies. And I'm not saying that because I violated these policies and nobody was harmed, that it doesn't count. I'm just asking that the board understand the situation behind each mistake and to possibly see that, I did not do it on purpose.
Okay. And do you have any evidence today that you are clean, sober, competent to practice nursing, given the positive screens?
I mean, I have negative screens from the tests. I think there's about 20 of those. I'd be willing to undergo hair follicle testing, anything like that, that would prove to you that I don't take any narcotic substances. And I mean, I don't know how to prove that other than to be willing to undergo any type of testing that you see fit.
So if the board asks you to submit to a chemical evaluation, you would be willing to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you believe the board should give you another opportunity to practice because?
I've been a nurse for 10 years. And like I said, I believe that it is my calling to take care of people. I feel like I'm good at it. Like I said, the first time I was in violation of the board's policies, that was not something that happened because I was addicted to any substance or because I took it regularly. And that has never occurred. I'm not someone who takes prescription medication or narcotic medication regularly. I have had prescriptions for those in the past for surgeries and C-sections and such, but it's not something that is that happens. It's not, I do my best to perform the nursing duties in accordance to the policies. And you'll see, as on those reports, the negative report that that had anything to do with medication administration. It wasn't involving any narcotics. It wasn't giving the wrong medications. It was simply because I laid what I had down to try to grab somebody that was about to fall. And, there weren't any issues as far as that goes. As far as having any documentation with medication issues, there was a documentation issue as far as me not completing that report. But I do believe that if that had happened at a time when there was somebody who could answer my questions about that would have not occurred. That was just a situation where I had to leave at 5 a.m. That was a situation where I had to choose. I had to go home because my children would be alone. I have 2 small children, and honestly, I should probably have not agreed to work that shift because if something were to happen, like a resident were to fall and a report should have been done, it probably would have required staying later than 7 a.m. to get that done. But I had never done an incident report alone before, and there was no one there that could explain it to me. And I wanted to get it right. So I was going to ask someone how to do it. I did not realize that I would get in trouble for not completing it before I left. It was not because I did not intend to do it. It was just that I had questions about how to do it.
Lastly, Ms. Wilbanks, would you agree with me that absolutely the only thing that the board panel has the only thing the board panel has from you to consider with regard to your guilty plea as outlined in Exhibit B5 is your word? Would you agree with me? Today?
Yes. Today, I do have a printout of those medications that I can send you if that would help.
Nothing further.
Questions from the board panel?
I do, just that they're gonna be really, really short and easy.
Go
Ms.
ahead.
Wilbank, you made the statement a minute ago that you have been a good nurse over the course of 10 years. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
With that being said, first semester nursing, do we not know or learn that we are to review our charts or ADLs before accepting responsibility for our care of our patient?
Yes, ma'am.
Are we not taught first semester nursing that we are not to leave a medication, period, anywhere outside of our reach?
Yes, ma'am.
And are we not taught first semester nursing in long-term care how to utilize a Hoyer lift, or better known as a mechanical lift?
I will say that I was never trained how to use that particular lift before that incident.
But yet you had been working in that long-term care facility for how long?
For about 5 months.
At 5 months within a long-term care facility, it will tell you in your ADLs that your patient needs to be a Hoyer lift or not. And at that point, once you gain that information, should you not go have yourself in service or educated?
Yes, ma'am, I can understand that.
The last question I have for you is this. The tramadol, was it kept in the actual container it came in, or was it in a Tylenol container?
It was actually in an ibuprofen container.
Do you realize that as a nurse, that is not acceptable practice?
Yes, ma'am. But I will say that I did not put it in there, and that I was not aware that was what was in the container.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the board panel?
I have no questions.
Any follow-up, counsel?
No questions.
Ms. Wilbanks, at this time, you can make your closing statement.
Okay. I would just like to say that if the board would see fit to continue to allow me to have an active license, I would be willing to do anything they ask, to show that I can be, that I am a responsible person and a responsible nurse. I will admit that I'm not without fault and that I did make some mistakes. I will say I did not meaningly make these mistakes or do them on purpose. But I ask that the board take my testimony under consideration. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Wilbanks. Ms. May?
It should be clear and convincing based on testimony, evidence, and the admission of guilt to all charges that this board does have reason to charge Ms. Wilbanks with violation of the Mississippi Nursing Practice Act. Ms. Wilbanks and the evidence, Ms. Wilbanks, by pleading guilty and with the evidence, does clearly and convincingly show that she had 2 positive confirmed screens for tramadol, one on 5/8/2020 and the other on 6/15/2020. Further, it was proven and admitted by Ms. Wilbanks that she had basically 3 negative reports, and that was violation of her order. And in those negative reports, I will point out to the board that Ms. Wilbanks at the time had every right to explain what happened in each incident, as there was a little block there that said, employee response, and it's blank. And when Ms. Wilbanks was asked the question why it was blank, there's really no response. She admitted that those things had occurred. Now Ms. Wilbanks wants to come back and say, given the fact that the board had given her the opportunity to practice nursing on a probationary license because of some 2017 narcotic and documentation discrepancies, as well as a positive screen for Xanax, that she should be given yet another chance, though she admitted to having positive screens for tramadol. And the only evidence that Ms. Wilbanks can provide today to suggest she should have another opportunity is her word. And even by her word in her statement that she had written and has admitted in Exhibit B14, she states that this so-called tramadol that she took was in a Tylenol bottle. No, wait, it was in an Advil bottle by her testimony, which in any event should cause some red flags for this panel. Thus, the state at this time would certainly recommend that this panel has calls for disciplinary action be imposed against the license of Ms. Wilbanks. And given the evidence, given the testimony, it truly will be the discretion of the panel to impose whatever action it deems fit and proper, to include a recommendation of revocation with recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. May.
The no-shows.
Ms. Wilbanks, we actually have 2 matters that should move rather quickly. We want to get those wrapped up so we can go ahead and deliberate all of the matters and then come back with our decisions. So bear with us, please.
Okay.
You all have those.
to enter executive session to deliberate regarding license number R 901359,
So moved.
license number R 885379, license number R 892414, license number R 325037. It has been moved and properly seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. The board will now exit to executive session to deliberate on these matters. We are back on the record. Again, thank you for your patience. I'll entertain a motion to return to regular session.
Make a motion.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 The motion carries. We are now back in regular session. Following deliberation, the board panel renders the following decisions. License number R892414, revoked. License number R325037, revoked. License number R901359, suspension, non-drug related stipulations, prescriptive authority suspended 24 months, 36 months probation on both RN and APRN license, $1,000 fine, employer notification, probation to be completed within 48 months, with 36 months of compliance with restrictions on monitor practice. Maximum hours allowed, 88 hours per 2-week period. Quarterly reports. Employer reports. Ms. Singleton, is there nothing further? You are excused. You will, however, receive a copy of this order by mail. License number R885379. The board panel renders the following: revoked drug-related recommendations, notification of changes, employer notification, chemical evaluation, submission of documentation. A copy of this order, Ms. Wilbanks, will be forwarded to you by mail. There's nothing further. You're also excused. Ms. May, is there anything further before the board this evening?
Nothing further.
Thank you. This will conclude the board's business for the day.
Thank you. Thanks for.
Y'all be safe.
Bye, Teresa. I'll see you the next go round.
That works. I'll talk to y'all tomorrow.
Okay. Bye, Teresa. I did enjoy spending time with y'all, but
True that, but I'm too far away.